Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I mean, I'm sure during that entire time, we don't have a president, right?
138,
Technically?
138, he was announced he was dead, and 140, Johnson was sworn in.
So
as
those 2 minutes, we didn't have a president. We were a rudderless ship drifting in the seas.
Yeah, but the president we did have, though, so for that, like Lummy at 12:30, you mean officially John F. K is our president,
Correct.
but he's on a gurney right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have half a head.
So I mean, Brian.
So it's just like now.
No, but here's it.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Friday, August 2, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hello, everybody. How much of radio content degenerates are we when we're trying to, let me put together a high spot involving, at the end of the day, Walker and Sammy going battle to battle in the squared circle.
Getting some hardway juice.
Yeah, I mean, how degenerate are we that we're already trying to mess with your kid's birthday present?
It's my
as a high spot.
It's my fault because I wanted to get Walker for his birthday a figurine of the Algerian boxer yesterday, the one that's in question with the XY chromosome.
Right,
and,
the one that's got a testosterone level higher than Hogan's.
Yeah, and
right.
And Lummy shot that down and said no figurine with the XY chromosome.
Right.
So, no dresses.
So,
we'll see. Maybe I'll get a Ken doll or something like that.
Or maybe we can get him a Barbie Jeep Cruiser.
Yeah,
something.
those are fun, man. Kids love those.
Lummy would have a can of spray painting it matte black. Lummy would so listen, I'm not going to ruin a perfectly good, those those electric Jeeps that the Barbie electric Jeeps that they can drive around a little bit.
Yes.
That's really not the Barbie one, but I bought one that was made for boys, and that's how Tyler literally first learned how to race. Is I would put a little course up and make him drive that.
Oh, nice.
And then Lasker, and he got pretty good, but those things are slow as hell.
They are.
Lasker goes, hey, let me tell you something. That's got like Lasker knew the real little size battery and a little kid toy battery. He goes, Lasker said, I can get you an industrial strength battery to make that thing go about 12 to 13. So Tyler was going like 2, 1. Like he was going 1, and then we put a new motor that would go. I mean, Dan, think of the difference. 13's not that fast, but when the fastest you've gone before that is 1.
Yeah, it's 10 times as fast.
Right. So he hit that. Difference. He hit that thing, Lummy, and once then he started learning how to control that. And then at that point at age 3, we just put him in a regular quarter midget and then adjusted the throttle. Like the throttle didn't work. The reason we disconnected we disconnected the throttle.
It was just all braking.
It was just we turned up the idle screw so it would idle pretty quickly, and all we taught him was the brake. This is how you stop, and we'd set cones out. I want you to go around a lap, and then I want you to stop right at this cone. And at first they'd hit the cone, and the second time they kind of run over the cone, and then by the third and fourth time they could get the car stopped in front of the cone. So you've taught them how to stop. Then, Lummy, you just gradually turn up the idle screw so it gets faster and faster, and then eventually hook up, the throttle. But, full throttle is only a quarter acceleration. And then eventually you get it so that the throttle is 1-to-1, and he can go as fast as that little motor that you have on there can produce. That's how I teach it. For all you race dads, for all you guys right now that's got kids the age of Walker that want to get them in racing, start them out in one of those little plastic things. Get a bigger motor for it. After about a year of him driving around and smashing into the dining room furniture and all that kind of stuff, first of all, take it out of the house. And put it, hopefully you have like a driveway or a little bit of road in front of you that you can practice on. And, start getting it outside, soup up the motor, and then, buy your regular go-kart.
Walmart has a go-kart that is not too bad for kids to start with because it's got rubber front tires and plastic back tires. So if you
Walmart knew they had to cash in on that white Trizash wants your kid to be a racer deal. You know what I'm saying?
The throttle's like a finger switch, and it's pretty good because it teaches them how to brake straight.
Right. So
that's what they started on.
Anyway, we were actually talking about Walker's birthday, and Seth was talking about a high spot that he had for Walker's birthday, but we have to kind of get it pre-approved because it could make Lummy get real heat and smash Seth right down to 0.
Which could be good also,
Yeah,
no, that's you get double content out of it.
That's where I was going with it, is that you come in, piss off Lummy so much that he power bombs you into the front lawn, and then Lummy, just as you're getting ready to do the cover, Phoebe comes around the corner with a chair, hits you in the head with the chair, saves her husband. Everything's going good until Ashley comes around the corner, spuds Phoebe. Phoebe's now taken out. Ashley thinks she's all that. Well, all of a sudden, little Sethy, comes in and, I don't know.
Baseball bats her knee.
Baseball bats the back of her knee. And then Walker comes out, and then I don't even know how it ends. 7-year-old versus 2-year-old.
Matt Riddle comes in and cleans house.
Matt Riddle comes in and does a double clothesline on Walker and little Phoebes, and then covers the kids 1, 2, 3. Man, can you imagine if you really did that? How much heat you would get if Matt Riddle went in and clotheslined both of your kids for real?
Oh my God.
that might go viral.
Listen, for all you wrestlers out there, you independent guys like Matt Riddle that needed to go viral and get paydays and get people talking about it. Do a clothesline a baby.
Yeah.
Clothesline a baby. Let the baby take the hit. Let me maybe put the baby in some protective headgear so because when you get clothesline legitimately, your head snaps back into the surface.
Yeah.
So you don't want any of that. But Matt, you're on your knees, have the baby hit the ropes, and then let me clothesline him, and then come off the top rope like a Macho Man, flying. Remember,
flying elbow drop.
Yeah, the flying elbow. Do the flying elbow on the kid. And then go to cover, and you got a makeshift referee, like a kid referee that comes out and gives you the 1, 2, 3.
Gives you a little plastic belt.
Gives you a little plastic belt, and you hold your hand up, and because you just beat a 2-year-old.
Flying elbows really aren't that impressive of a finishing move.
Not anymore. And if you'd hurt your elbow more than you'd hurt the guy's head. I mean, your elbow would just. I mean, think about if it was real. Think about how damaged your elbow really was if you came in full elbow on a guy's face and hit his cheekbone and all this kind of deal. Think about how. I mean, that's that's almost an unsurvivable act. If
you try to do up down on the elbow on someone's head, it's going to hurt your elbow. Absolutely.
If that
now we're talking murder in the ring.
No, but if that wasn't a fake move, you could break a guy's bridge of his nose, crack his skull.
Oh.
I mean, saying Dan,
it's a devastating move if it's used correctly,
right,
but it can hurt the guy doing it and the guy getting it.
It's one of the very few moves where both guys tap out.
Right.
One guy taps out from a broken elbow, and the other guy taps out from a broken orbital, whatever the hell it is, cheekbone. Ladies and gentlemen, both people are tapped out. Both are hurt. Because I mean, your elbow, Dan, really, like people, even if your elbow is super sensitive, like people that do things involving the elbow a lot, like and even in sports, like tennis elbow. I mean, like your elbow isn't as nearly as industrial strength. I mean, it kind of is, but the tendons and stuff on them are pretty weak, are they not?
Well, yeah.
I mean, there's no. Is there elbow? Is there? I don't have an elbow machine in my gym. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but elbows do have a little bone that curves around that is easy to break, and it's a hard break.
Nikki broke her elbow. Remember?
Yep.
Falling out of the marble off on the slick marble.
Yeah, people don't usually break their knee with a fall. You know what I mean? But they break their elbows falling all the time.
Oh yeah.
And I think the knee is probably put together a little bit better than the elbow is. But the worst joint in your whole body is your shoulder.
I know, but we're in the middle of Clem's rehab, are we not?
Yes, we are. And I can throw a baseball now, Seth. You son of a bitch.
No, hold on though, Dan. When like I'm gonna say by Christmas, I want to, test your elbow throwing wise by Christmas because I got Dan, here in this at the studios. We had all of this space back, let me when we were full staffed. And, I had a program director, Carl Harris, which I had a production director.
Yeah.
I had Manson, who needed a studio. I had 2 video screeners. I had a phone screener. And then you needed a room for all those people. Our bullpen, formerly known as our bullpen. And then, Lummy, we had a big green room because you always had guests and bands, and you needed, kind of couches and a bathroom and all that kind of deal. So we had a badass green room. But, with Zoom and other things, your guest, I mean, I don't even know. I would say that studio guest appearances locally for people that are promoting things are down in studio 50%.
Oh, yeah.
Because of Zoom.
All corporate footprints are shrinking because of Zoom.
Right.
And remote work. But don't you feel better, though, that you're getting almost the same amount of work out of a third of the people?
Well, yeah. Just think, we do it all now. God, just think how overstaffed I was back then.
You were generous.
Just overstaffed. So, listen, I don't need a big green room. In fact, once we clear all the junk out of there, Lummy, which is one of my jobs. But we have our little green room is quite efficient, Lummy. We could sit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can seat like 8 people.
Yeah.
In our green room. And Lummy, don't forget we have 2 commemorative red velvet theater chairs from the Tampa Theater, and when they remodeled it a few years ago, they preserved. That's from the original build. Like I think that was built in early 1900 or something.
Yeah.
And so Pat, our general manager there at Tampa Theater, the Historical Society Tampa Theater, and she preserved 2 seats for me for our green room. So that's kind of cool.
It is.
And Lummy, I'm thinking about, that one, well, I don't know if I should say that. Well, maybe I should. Get your guys' idea on it. I think the best kept secret in the world is that there's a documentary coming out about, involving me. I don't have anything to do with it. I don't own the company that produced it. I'm not making a dollar. I've not been paid anything. Nothing. I mean, I'm what it's about.
You're the topic.
I'm the most of the yeah, but it's not owned by me. It's not. Now I'm going to go out and promote it.
Is it about your racing career?
No, it's about the Hogan sex tape.
Oh, hell yeah.
And so, and I'm going to go out and start doing podcasts and various things like that. And I watched episode 1 last night, and it's done. It's done.
Awesome.
It's done. It's done.
How many episodes are they going to do?
3.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And episode 1's done.
Is that a pilot or is that a pure episode 1?
No, pure episode 1.
Oh, wow.
There's 3 episodes.
Congrats.
And it's done. And so anyway, Lummy, I think there's, no secret that's coming. People are, we're going to, whatever. I hope it does well. I think it'll tell. I think you guys will love it.
Can you tell us what it's called?
Not yet. Because we haven't, there's some still legal checks and,
Legal Beagle?
Yeah. Right now it's at legal. After you do something like this, then you score it, then you got to send it to legal. and legal. And so Dan, we have to retain an attorney. They have to retain an copyright and entertainment lawyer. Like those there's the same lawyer that does your stuff can't do, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then they watch your thing, and they potentially look for fair use, we just so you're not infringing on somebody else's copyright, or that you're not defaming or slandering somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everything's done in a newsy, there's just a lot of things they look for. So right now it's at legal. And the other two are almost done. But Lummy, I think we were going to do a debut of it at the Tampa Theater. I was going to debut it.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Do a film debut and invite all the local media and invite, all the Bubba Army. Like, literally, it would be open to the public, Lummy. And we would charge, there's 3 episodes. And we would charge like $20 a person to watch all 3. They're all about 50 minutes long. So in between each one, you could go to you'd have like maybe a 10-minute intermission or something.
Yeah.
Or 15 minutes to go pee, get something for Rhett to go out back and hit a couple. For Rhett and Seth to go out and chuck some O's.
I just stay in my chair and vape.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't lay you.
All right, cool. The general manager, her name's Pat.
No,
nice.
I don't know it.
I know her.
No,
She's
I mean,
nice.
just say if some usher tried to give you a hard time, be like,
No.
hey, Pat knows, go
Dude,
take it up with Pat.
It's vape. But do it at the Rays game in your chair. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. So, I mean, do you think that's a good idea, doing the debut, like the night? We would do the debut, like, Dan, like the night that we would do the debut, and then later that night at midnight, it would become available for people to purchase.
The last night before.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And my question is, you said you're going to do all 3 episodes at the Tampa Theater, or would you just do the first?
No, all 3.
Okay.
Because you can go when we offer them, you can go get you'll be able to get all 3.
When it comes out, it'll come out as a threesome, not as a staggered a week apart.
When it comes out as a threesome.
Gotcha.
You're buying a threesome.
I gotta love that.
So, Lummy, I'm excited. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And I was asking you guys your opinion. Do you think that would be a good idea? To do it at Tampa Theater, my hometown. But here's the thing: I don't think any media would show up.
You don't think so?
I don't know.
Come on.
They hate me so much. They hate me so much. It almost proves, it almost validates a lot of what the thing talks about. Is the fact that I'm the bad guy. I've been officially canceled.
I mean, I think we could get you probably at least Bay News 9 and maybe Creative Loafing.
Yeah, you're probably right. You know what? That's all you need. Really, at the end of the day, that's all you need, Lummy.
Yeah, right on the red carpet.
You should honestly probably do, I mean, I don't know how long the 3 episodes will be together, but maybe do like a little Q&A too.
Yeah, they mentioned that. Like, say, okay, 15-minute pee break. And then I go up on stage, and
maybe whoever put it together talks about it.
The filmmaker comes up on stage.
Martin Scorsese.
And, Tom Bean's in it a lot as my agent. He comes up like...
That's very common, Bubba, during, previews like this, is having some of the people associated with the production actually answer questions.
Yeah,
like
we're going to do that.
About. Maybe like during those 2 intermissions.
Like, Seth, I could go up and just... introduced and welcome people, to make it very short at the very beginning.
Right.
Hey, welcome to blah, blah, blah. It's a 3-part series. After each series, we're going to take a 15-minute bathroom break and then come back with a 10 or 15-minute Q&A before we roll the next one. And we'll do that 2 times because there's 3 episodes. Appreciate you coming out. Sit back and enjoy.
Does this have a chance to make it to the Cannes Film Festival?
I think that's...
Actually, why wouldn't it?
I can't speak on behalf of the people that have made this.
Okay.
But I would hope that they would, I would hope that.
Hell yeah.
I would hope.
Shop it. Yeah.
I think it's pretty damn good. It's
I'll be there out in front.
Real good. It's, you know what? I've watched it all now, Lummy, and 2 and 3 there's just a few little adjustments they got to make on 2 and 3, but I cried.
Really?
Because it's such, like it's
been
almost
tearing you apart.
It's almost what I needed for closure.
Right. I know. It's like it's been tearing you apart, and you've been waiting for your story to emerge.
And here's the thing, and the fact that, like, I don't have to talk about it anymore. I can literally just say if
Who are we kidding?
No,
Come on.
no, but no,
Come on.
no, I can no, hold on. But now I have a reference point. Meaning, like, I don't have to sit here and go on and on about various things. I could just say, hey, you know what? Go watch the doc.
Right.
And you know, if somebody tries to get me down that path, or that topic comes up, or there's some other, but you know, the Hodge twins or some other chick is you know, very misinformed in the information they're given, rather allow me to get on there, watch the Hodge twins thing, and then go ahead and refute all the stuff that they're wrong about. All I gotta say is, watch the doc.
That's right.
That's it. You can probably eliminate 9 minutes of me flapping my fat gums about something you've heard 4 million times by. I mean, this is actually a good thing, Seth, even for the haters out there. I've replaced hours and hours and hours of me going on and on and on where you're sick of hearing it, and you're like, you want to get on your little pages and make fun of me, and it's like, oh my God, what's coming up next? The Hogan tape. All I can say is that now, talk about brilliant programming. I mean, you guys should give me actually a little bit of an attaboy. All I can say is go watch the doc.
Attaboy.
Boom. Safe. I mean, think of the thousands of hours of incessant drivel that I will save. Right?
Because of the doc, yeah.
I mean,
I want the doc.
You guys should be like, hell yeah, on this new doc. I'm going to watch it. And then anytime Bubba starts, you know, Seth's just going to say, hey, Sponjo, remember that time you said watch the doc? Well, watch the doc and shut up.
I'll just yell out the name of the documentary.
Watch the doc. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I got to say. So anyway,
Hopefully it'll be a smash.
I've watched it all. There's 3 episodes, and I cried. I cried like I genuinely was.
We're gonna get an Oscar, baby.
No, I don't think we're gonna get an Oscar.
We are.
I mean, is Pookie's death in it?
No, there's no death in it.
Okay.
I mean, you know, there's nobody that died except my career. I mean,
is there anybody that's in it that you could tell us?
Everybody's in it.
Well, I mean, just anybody that was surprise us outside of Tom Bean. Is your mom in it?
Yeah, my mom's in it. Steve's in it. Jay's in it. Kevin's in it.
Wait,
Tuttle's in it.
Tuttle's in it.
Dan's not in it?
No.
I wasn't as involved back then.
Yeah, no. Dan could, if we were talking about today's show, Dan would be relevant to have. But this is all, you know, this is the reason why Steve and Jay are involved. They're not involved. They're involved as lawyers. They were part of my counsel on a lot of this nonsense. And so they speak on that behalf. So, but.
Is Donald Trump on it?
Yankee Jib, $10.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
All right, there you go. There's the tease, people. Donald Trump. Don't know.
I will tell you this: it's Donald Trump is almost all of episode 3.
Whoa.
That's all I'm going to say.
It's going to come out before. It's going to come out before November 4th or 5th or whenever the election is.
We're trying to get it out the 1 month before the election.
This is your October surprise.
Yeah. So like, you know,
will it influence voters, Bubba?
No.
Because I want to be influenced.
Yeah. I think it could.
Mm-hmm.
I think it could. I think it could show the weaponization of the government. Yeah. I think it could influence voters. And that's all I'm going to say. I've already said too much. I'm probably in trouble.
I can't wait to walk the red carpet.
I'm going to have a red carpet.
Good.
I really will.
Good.
I'm going to tell people.
I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to literally do it right where I have a protect. You know, well, listen, the film company pays for it.
Oh.
I'm not paying for any of it. But they already, the film company knows, like, we have already been through this. So, like, listen, we'll have a red carpet. We'll have a list of of people that are walking the red carpet. Everybody else can walk in, you know, the other way. But, you know, like, everybody from your show, you know, Reggie Roundtree, you know, whether, I know Ty J will be there for me, you know.
Stein, would Stein fly down?
I think Alex would fly in for the premiere. I think he would.
Stone?
I think Roger would come over.
Cool.
For the night and watch it.
You got to meet his fee though.
His daily.
His daily.
I'm gonna get Matt Riddle in here for his daily. and he walks to the carpet and goes, you know what, bro? I'm a pro wrestler, and you know what? Bubba's taking himself way too seriously because none of the boys were talking about any of this stuff.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
This is not a knock on you, but boy, did Brian bring in the money yesterday.
Well, but every other fucking joke was about me. I mean, he couldn't do a 3-hour show or 4-hour show without bringing up fucking Dan Diaco.
Well, I mean,
but when I fuck with him, you mess with me.
Okay, well, Dan, maybe I'll let you. I mean, you just
let it eat today.
Just don't hold on, Dan. Dan,
let it eat.
Dan, hold on, Dan. Don't necessarily force yourself to take hacks, but if you can take a hack, a creative hack, and you feel that it might be funny, hack. You take a hack at him, and I'll determine whether it's a zookeeper hack or a legitimate hack. But I'll be fair, because you are correct.
What do you remember anything specific he said yesterday? I don't know.
He's always just taking a little.
No,
bit.
I know, but I'm trying to think if he got anything like good. If he
Now,
got
Dan, do you sometimes listen to him take a hack at you, and you're like, "You motherfucker!" Like, do you ever say that?
First of all, I got thick skin, and it really doesn't bother me. It's just that it seems that you let him fuck with me more than you let me fuck with him.
Okay, and you know what? I would say you're correct.
Exactly.
Because no, Dan, you narcissistic prick. When somebody agrees with you, you don't fucking put an exactly in there. You just take the W, okay, motherfucker?
Yes.
All right. So I would agree, and I'm a little harder on you because you're truly like a true friend of mine. Like, we hang out outside of the show.
Right.
Me and Brian don't have that same, although he's a true friend, him and I don't ever hang out. So I'm a little bit tougher on you, just because I'm closer to you.
Okay, I'll take that.
But that's not fair, and so I've realized that I have been tougher on you, so I'm going to, let you...
Let him have the floor.
I'm just going to let you do what you think you need to do.
What's up, boss?
And if it's funny, I'll give you an attaboy. And if it's too stiff and a little bit too dickish, then I'll give you a zookeeper.
Okay. I don't necessarily have to go after Brian. It seems in general that, he was interrupting the shit out of you all day yesterday, and it seemed like it was okay with you.
I don't quite remember all the interruptions, but I know you probably have a score count. If you like to give
I didn't listen to the whole show. I just listened to
yeah, I know you might
about
have
40 minutes of it.
I know you might have a scorekeeping gimmick here for me, love. So, if you feel free to submit any information, any discovery that you have.
And Seth, I'm throwing a baseball to you today, motherfucker.
Dan,
I was just hurt my
joshing.
rotator cuff.
Dan, I'm just being a little funny guy over here. I love everybody.
Yeah, Phil, I underhand you like a little bitch.
I never. That little bitch does not come out of my mouth.
Yeah, the implication was strong.
I'd like to have.
What was the question again?
I'd like to have video of you guys throwing ball today.
We'll do it next break.
I don't think. So.
What, you got 2 gloves in your car?
You're goddamn right.
Oh, this guy.
I'll catch all your fucking wild pitches.
Dan's fucking ready.
Make sure Rad or somebody or you record it. I got my selfie stick.
Where's a safe place to throw a ball in the parking lot?
The front.
The front.
I parked specially so I wouldn't be in the way too.
Yeah. You guys go figure it out, because I gotta get the next break ready.
Disney Phil.
Yeah, me too.
Wayne Galasso.
What's up, Twitch? I'm in Twitch.
Disney Phil, $20 for Dr. Dan. 7 JLR for Dr. Dan, $10. Woo!
Thank you. Appreciate it. Keep it coming. So I have to just hear about how lucrative having Brian is on the show. Which I'm glad he brings in money, and he was funny.
He was funny yesterday.
He said some funny things.
But
he shot him, and he literally morning zooed every fucking comment that was made.
He took a lot of hacks yesterday.
Pink Torpedo. I gotta love that name. Good morning, Iggy. What's up, Snizzle? Attack the dog. Bubba. Oh, it's green around. Rice. Jay Bowler. Wayne Reed. Yes, I want to get one, Wayne.
Get what?
Huh?
What do you want to get?
Oh man, the new 01 Corvette.
Are you serious? You gonna be Corvette guy?
No, I don't know. I think it's a special car. You're not gonna see 1,000 horsepower.
Are you a
gas
car?
cars anymore.
Here's the deal. Can you JDiaco it and flip it?
Maybe.
A listener-supported sponge. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Those are good. Didn't Brian take a shiz on him yesterday?
Sure did. Iggy McGillicuddy, $20. Dr. Dan support.
Yeah.
Macho was not happy with him.
I thought that Brian had a really good show yesterday, but it seems like he was just being a real dick and just hacking and counter-programming away, although... I mean, we did have probably one of our best financial days in a long, long time with Brian. You know, maybe that's what the people want is just a guy over there being a dick, just a little schmarmy, toothy, snowflake and participation trophy dick, because that's what he does well. He really brought in the money. He was even taking hacks at me nonstop, was he not?
Yes, he was.
And he took a hack at Macho Man and the new Snoop Dogg AI generated willies.
Yeah,
when at the end of the day, Brian, if you knew anything, it sounds so much better doing it that way. It sounds like a lot of times we're in here begging, "Hey, Bubba the Love Sponge, don't forget PayPal, Venmo, Cash App." It's less offensive. It's 50% less offensive when somebody else is asking for money for you than it is against you. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be, like if I needed money from Dan. Well, Dan's a bad example. I'm just saying, it sounds better than me saying it all the time. And Brian took a hack at it. And so Dr. Dan, who was listening to the show yesterday, he brought up a good point. And I first started off, this was during the Hot Mic segment, and I kind of started screwing with Dan a little bit. And I said, "Hey, Dan, because we're boys, that's all we do is screw with each other." Like, right, Lummy? Like we naturally.
That's how you express your love and emotions.
Yeah, as you screw with, have you ever heard the expression, like, if somebody, like your mom, you go to your mom and somebody was picking on you or something like that at school, and your mom would say, "Danny, they're only picking on you because they like you. If they didn't like you, they wouldn't say one word to you. They wouldn't be picking on you because they don't like you. They would ignore you." That's what my mom would tell me. Because
that's half true.
It's
not necessarily that they like you. It's either they like you or they're threatened by you.
Well, but chances are when you're a kid, and you're 5, and the 9-year-old dudes are, throwing rocks at you and, whatever, eventually they know that you're going to be 9 and you're going to be a little cooler than that little stupid 5-year-old, and they might be able to blend you into their friendship a little bit neighborhood-wise. This is more of a neighborhood deal, not like, a life deal. Because when you're growing up, I don't know if it's like this anymore. Do kids participate in their neighborhood? Because when I was growing up, like your neighborhood, that was like your territory. And you grew up and got to be friends with, boys and some girls that were in your neighborhood. And so really, because you didn't have cell phones, you didn't have PlayStation, so you'd have to ride your bike over to see if, your buddy's around and see if he wanted to get his bike, and you start riding around, then you're just doing stuff, right?
Yeah.
And it was all neighborhood specific, but when you were a 10 or 11-year-old, see, that's about the 13, 14 is about the high end of the neighborhood, because by the time you turn 15, you usually got a friend that's got a driver's license.
Right, you're gone.
And you're out.
Right, it's out.
So you almost are handing over the neighborhood to like the 12-year-olds.
Right.
The 12, 13-year-olds now run the neighborhood. And that 5-year-old, he's stupid, but he's 9 now. So he's, you start kind of, he's like a freshman, and you're a senior in the neighborhood.
Dutch Duke. $20 for Dr. Dan.
We would be so mean to the 5-year-olds. Like we would be playing football, Nerf football. This was like when I was 12 and 13, growing up with the Moore boys and the Marshalls and then Todd Richardson and Louis Bouse and Larry Beak. I can just tell Larry Plummer, Kevin Bixler. I can just tell you that was the whole posse right there. Doug O'Brien.
Which is the one you threw rocks at?
I
Was he part of your neighborhood crew?
No, I think he was from Melody Acres, which was across the street. And those were kind of like our rivals.
I gotcha.
Like, and so we would all meet at the Burger Dairy Market, which was halfway in between the one neighborhood and my neighborhood, and you'd see somebody from over there. You really wouldn't, but you wouldn't be nice to them. It was just instilled not to be cool to the people from Melody Acres. Because, let me, here's, you know why?
Why?
Because it was a little bit nicer of a neighborhood than ours. It really was. It was kind of a little bit. And so, like, they would pull up in, like, a lot better bikes and, better clothes and stuff like that. And when our mom gave us 50 cents to go to get a candy bar and a pop, a Coke.
Yeah.
Their dad would give them like $2.
Oh, geez.
And they'd be getting like the Twinkies and like a frozen push-up pop, and I'd have a Snickers and a Coke, and the son of a So we just hated them. But then by the time you get to be 14, 15, then one of your buddies got a driver's license, and you're like, man, I'm not confined to just the neighborhood, stuff anymore, where I'm just wherever. Basically, my territory markers are however far I can ride my bike. Like that's your world. Yeah.
And I was trying to explain that to my kids.
I don't think kids grow up in that world anymore.
Not as much. First of all, parents are afraid of their kids riding bikes. They're afraid of kids getting stolen, which is not something my mom ever said. Like, I really don't want you to get stolen.
My dad would say, I hope you get ripped off today. Doug would be like, hey, man, make sure you hang out down at the Burger Dairy. Because, adults would go in to buy cigarettes and beer.
Right.
It was the neighborhood market. It was literally like the little neighborhood market. And, it would range from kids buying ice cream to, parents buying cigarettes and a six-pack. And so if something bad was going to happen, the cops were always getting called to the Burger Dairy because
there's always stuff going on there.
There was always somebody that tried to rip off somebody's six-pack, or somebody got in a fight because he went up there and saw his old lady with another dude, and so they were fighting. So the mini market wasn't necessarily the safest place to go. Like my mom would always say, well, if you're going to, it was called Burger Dairy, Lummy. And it was in between two gas stations by the Time Out Inn bar. And so we would go up there, and my mom would give me 50 cents, but she would say, get in there and get back. Like, so then you ride your bike through these back trails so you didn't have to be on the road, because we had bike trails. We had literally bike trails that you had to go through the woods on to get to Burger Dairy. And then you get your stuff, and your mom would always tell you, don't eat your candy bar and drink your soda right there at Burger Dairy like you're big, curbside. At least go to the woods and eat it. Because
the woods are safe.
Here's the
but
thing.
nowadays,
But hold on.
that's even scary.
That's even, that's exactly the analogy. The woods used to be safe.
Right.
Now the woods, I wouldn't send my kid to the woods ever.
There's places like off of Inner Bay, which is not a bad area. There's nice housing on Inner Bay, but there's places off like Inner Bay and like Manhattan, and you go in those woods, and there are homeless camps, like literally
Dan,
dozens of them.
There are homeless encampments within a mile and a half of your $6 million home.
Oh, I bet. I'm sure.
I'm just saying.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And that whole area, man, that whole South Tampa area, it's either feast or famine. Either you got a $6 million crib like Dan and Steve, or you got this house that was built in '49 and it's cinder, and literally but the dirt underneath it's worth $2.1 million.
Right.
And they buy those houses and knock them down and build Dan type houses. But the entire South Tampa has not been torn down. Like there's still a bunch of 1949s up in the crib, and usually they're not it's usually not the most best of people that live there.
And the yards usually suck too.
Well, they usually park in their yard.
Right.
They usually park in their yard because there's multiple families living in there, and they need the front yard for parking.
Right.
But I don't think like how old is little Sethy? 7?
Yeah.
Does she do neighborhood things?
She has a friend that lives across the street.
That's great.
That's better than most.
Yeah, my kids fortunately had that neighborhood experience because the street to the north and the south of me had bunches of kids.
Right.
I have 16 next door neighbors, so there's a lot of opportunity. Unfortunately, Steven's kids didn't have that same kind of age group in the neighborhood, and so they weren't really friends in the neighborhood. But my kids have really enjoyed that neighborhood friendship. But there's still such pusses about going for long bike rides.
Yeah, like your mom. I mean,
we had boundaries. We had to ask permission to cross 9th Street because I lived on 83rd Avenue and 16th Street, and we had to, and then crossing 62nd Avenue was a big deal. But other than that, there was this giant square that we could ride in that was like 2 miles by about 1.5 miles, and it was open game, including the woods.
I mean, hold on. We would, if we would look at some of the technology they got now, we would think that they were from Mars. You know how they have those skateboards that got one big wheel on them in the middle, and they literally can go 40 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So if we were on our regular skateboards, like sometimes we just take our skateboards out, right, and skate. And this dude came swinging by. We're like, man, that's some that's like from the Jetsons.
Right.
Right?
Because with a skateboard, you have about 1 mile radius.
Maybe
a mile. It's like 2/3 of a mile. But with an electric skateboard, you got like a 10-mile radius.
No, my skateboard was like a 3-house radius. And we would just go down. Because my buddy had like a little real teeny tiny little ramp his dad built him. And he had the smoothest concrete. Like our concrete was broken. So you can't. You can't skateboard on broken concrete.
Not at all. It's a way to kill yourself.
But Matt Gibson's dad just laid like a brand new concrete pad, and Gibson bought like this little teeny ramp. But my mom didn't go out and say, "Now, Bubba, are you going skateboarding?" "Yeah." "Put on your helmet and elbow pads now." My mom didn't say that.
No.
She knew I might come back with a busted knee or a busted elbow or my teeth out. That's just the way it works. I mean, it's like. I don't know. It's just what we make our kids live in a bubble now.
We really do.
We really do.
And with the phones and the fact that you have, you can track a phone, you would think that you'd be even more free, but it's less free. Ramina's
Thank
like,
God my mom didn't
Danny's here. Oh, Danny's here. Oh, Danny here.
Thank God my mom didn't have tracking abilities, because I was at some places I would have never been. I had to lie to her a lot. Like when Larry Plummer and I would go over window peeping, Lori Howard and Shannon Blackford. I'd be like, "Hey, Larry, meet me like at 9. This is during the summer. Meet me like at 9 or 10 when it's real dark, and we'll go over and see if Lori Howard's got her. Some real degenerate stuff. Window peeping, seeing if you can see some girl's boobies. Because we couldn't go to our phone and find boobies.
Right.
Now you can just go to your phone and find boobies. Right? So anyway, Dr. Brian was in here yesterday, like a complete wrecking ball, and I thought he did pretty good. He raised a lot of money. Dan said, he came to me during the hot mic and said, "Listen, you know what? You don't give me near the liberties that you give Brian. You let him get little snags in on me all the time, and even snags on yourself, and you just let it go for some reason. Well, I'm not happy about it." And I'm like, you know what, Dan, you're right. I do let Brian get away with a little more than you do. So Dan, we came to an agreement, and Seth witnessed it. I think Lummy did as well.
I heard, yeah.
Or I'm like, you don't have to hold back. Now, don't try to specifically bury him.
I never do.
I know. I'm just giving you the rules.
Okay.
But if you can worm a zinger, if you think you can worm a zinger in there, then we'll determine whether there's no, of course, penalty for it. But don't be surprised, if you get a
The Morning Zoo.
But you also could, you could also get that was a good little zinger right there. Brian had some good zingers. I wasn't really working the sound effects like I needed to.
No, because
it would have been too many sound effects.
We had the one page. Yeah.
Do you think he would have got a lot of these, or do you think he would have got a lot of these?
I think it would have been a nice mix. A nice mix of the two.
You think it would have been a perfect mix?
It would have been a blend, but it was nonstop.
Hello?
He was nonstop.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Wayne. Hey, it's Wayne from Kentucky. How you doing?
Hi, Ryan.
Wayne from Kentucky.
Wayne. Sound like Ryan. My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, Wayne.
That's all right. Hey, I was a guy who in chat was asking Dr. Dan about the Corvette. I got the family members that work at the plant.
Oh! You're saying Dan might
buy Corvette guy?
Dan might buy the new the new ZR1?
Yeah, it's got like over 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
And you're saying you're saying you might be able, if Dan's really, really serious about this, you might be able to get him on the GMC Friends and Families McGillicuddy.
Man, I can sure try. I'll do everything I can for him. That's for sure. I don't know how much pull they have because those things are going to be hot.
What, Dan? How much are they retailing for?
Probably about $150.
$150. Man, see, Corvette knows exactly how to price because $150 is right there between the average guy who's doing super, super, super good, can just afford that. The payments, and then a rich guy, it's just enough for him to be interested. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're ultra rich and you're like, $150,000 car, it can't be that cool. I paid, $960,000 for my last one. Right, Dan? Yep. I mean, you think it feels cheap to you rich people, $150. But $150 is right there in the sweet zone where it's just, it'll hurt a regular guy, but it won't hurt Dan. It doesn't quite sound cheap. So, Dan, you're thinking, do we have any footage on these new, are they 2025s?
I think. I don't know.
ZR1?
Yeah,
the ZR1, yeah.
1,000 horsepower. Dan, here's my question to you. When are you ever going to be able to use this 1,000 horsepower?
I've been driving around with 1,000 horsepower in my Ferrari for 2 years, and every now and then I use it.
No,
when you have it,
you can't.
It's nice to have.
Dan, there's no way for you to use it unless, in order to be able to use that, would say that I went out on 75 at 3 in the morning and got it up to 210 miles an hour.
I'm not saying nothing. But I've used it.
What did you just send me here?
Well, that was Dr. Dan's thing he wanted me to send you earlier. I'm getting you the Corvette image.
Oh, yeah, this is his new...
I sent you the Corvette.
New advertising, Diaco Law. They hired this new social media chick, and she's really making a difference. She does little shorts, little Instagram shorts promoting Dan's medical business and the law business. And this is the latest. She started doing it for him, and it's great. It's got 48,000 likes.
It's got 1.4 million views. I can't believe it went viral.
Is that how many? Is that
1.4 million, I believe it is.
Is that true? Will you look that up?
It's got it with all those likes. It's got to be.
It's got looks like 1.4 million.
Nice.
Views.
Do you believe that?
No. But I love
viral.
it.
You can stick that in Babyface and Jay's face.
Yeah, I'd be like, don't stick it in Jay's
I'm not
face.
sticking it in Jay's face.
Well, Jay brags about it when Dan's out here.
Listen, Lummy, don't try to cover your ass. You screwed up. Not stick it in Jay's. This is Jay's business, bitch. This is
all right, I'm just telling you what I heard. I was just trying to help
we should
Dr.
be congratulating you. You're not gonna stick it. You can stick it up Brian's ass, but you congratulate Jay. You'd be like, Jay, the Diaco Law, Diaco surgery gimmick is 1.5 million views. That's great, Jay. You need to tell that chick she's doing a good job and keep doing more.
Exactly. I'm excited about it.
Not shove it up Brian's. You tell Brian, hey, Brian, I haven't seen the new Hunter Law short yet. How many views you got, kid? Nothing.
Nothing.
All right, easy. My wife does their social media.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's 1,064 horsepower.
I'm just trying to stick it for Dan. Anyway, buddy, should we get your information in case Dan would like to buy the new 2025 Corvette ZR1? Or how can we get a hold of you? Or what would we do?
Well, I can give Lummy my number off air if you need to, and like I said, I'll check with my wife and son and see if there's any kind of backdoor way about getting it. But man,
I'm all about the back door.
All
right, listen.
Hot.
Listen, buddy, I'm going to put you on hold. This is for the back door.
The Z Morning Zoo.
Scoring at home.
On Z100.
Let me put you on hold. Lummy will get your information, okay, buddy? Backdoor Chevy. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is the 20. This is now, Dan. You're on the fence about maybe wanting one of these.
Yeah, I've driven them before and they drive perfectly. I mean, they're wonderful cars.
Would it be good for the autoclave?
Is that great for the autoclave?
Is that where you would?
The motorclave, motor enclave?
Yeah, whatever the place is called here, where the rich people have their Ferraris.
Yeah.
Where the rich people have garages, man caves, and are a 1.4 mile road course.
It's like a 2 mile course.
2 mile road course, which is nicer than Sebring, isn't it?
Way nicer. I mean, it's brand new. It's paved in gold.
Right. And then they got another course, a drifting course or something like that. And then they got like a four-wheeler off, like a
dirt course.
Dirt course, like if you had a quad or something like that.
But they have a dirt circular course, too, that I'm going to take the Storado on.
Like a dirt track like mine?
Like a circle. It's more of a circle, but it doesn't have jumps. So
Does it got a straightaway?
I think it's got straightaways, and I don't think it has banks. I think it's just, you slide.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the channel. Today, the 2025 Chevy Corvette ZR1. There were a few firsts for this new ZR1. The horsepower
kind of looks like a Ferrari.
Well, I think form follows function.
That looks like a Ferrari to me.
Yeah, it does, similar. Or a Lamborghini.
Yeah?
0 to 60
or a cheap McLaren.
Quarter-mile times. This is also the first turbocharged Vet and is by far the most powerful production version ever built, not only by...
Man, back in the day. Boy, I wish I could afford... I might have to go to Terra. No. Hey, Terra, man. Can I reward myself later in life and have a real badass car? Will you help me with that? I'm having a little anxiety of having to drive a 2004 Crown Vic.
We can split it.
What?
We can split it.
We ain't splitting it.
American car manufacturer.
Split it.
I bought cars with people
GM
before.
engineers who developed this new CM.
Yeah, cars that cost 7 figures. You don't split a $150 car.
ZR1 said it was obvious very early on that they were...
Because you know why? Because then I'd find myself driving just to drive. And I don't like driving just to drive. When I drive with purpose. I drive, I'm going somewhere. Like, I bet you there's nobody, maybe you, Dan, but is there anybody else in this building that just goes out for a drive? No. Back in the day, man, our families would just go, hey, let's go out for a drive. Yeah, when we didn't have 85 million people congested on top of you.
And only 3 channels.
And gas was also
49 cents.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just not going to go out for a drive, guy.
You know the best time in the world to go out for a drive was? COVID. Those
special.
3
During
months?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
First drag strip launch, this rear-wheel drive mid-engine Corvette rocketed itself through the quarter mile under 10 seconds.
Under 10. Sub 10? That's quick, Dan.
During its first lap at GM's Milford Proving Grounds, it posted a faster time than the previous gen ZR1. At Germany's famous Nürburgring racetrack, all 4 Corvette test drivers surpassed the 200 mile an hour on their first lap. And the first don't stop there. The 2025 Corvette ZR1 is also the first turbocharged Vet and the first production model to produce over 1,000 horsepower. 1,064 to be exact.
I don't like that all blue. I like the yellow with accents. Or
but cops hate yellow cars.
This makes it the most powerful
Dan, if you're in this car here, buddy, there's chances are you're not 7 over, and it's the cop's discretion, and he's going to be able to remember that you were driving a yellow car. It's going to be chances are that you're 105 over.
I don't know. I had a yellow car once. I had a yellow Z28 when I was in college, and literally every person that borrowed that car got a ticket the first time they drove it.
Yeah, because they were probably driving it too fast. They're probably, you know what, Dan? Did you ever think about maybe they were speeding? Did you ever think about that?
Was there another radio personality that had a yellow Corvette?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll never have a yellow Corvette.
Yana, I think Mr. Clem, I think my family should be awarded enough money so that Mr. Clem doesn't do this to other people. Do what? Call your wife a whore? That's it? Your wife's a public figure. She appears on your show daily. I can't call her a whore. Oh. By the way, for 10 years, I couldn't. But that ended in March. For real. Part of the settlement agreement when I settled with MJ, I won the case, and then went into arbitration for some nonsense. And then I had to we were making a deal and all this kind of deal, and they're like, we'll accept the Bubba, I'm sorry, not guilt. We'll accept the not guilty verdict, which means I win if Bubba promises not to call Michelle a whore for 10 years. And that was in 2004. I think it was 2014, March of 2014. And I said, yeah, that's fine. Jay's taking my at first I go, no, I'm not taking that. I won fair and square in front of a jury. Everything. Me calling her a whore, everything. I won. And Jay takes me aside and goes, listen, we can get this done right now. It's over. It's done.
Done.
You won. Verdict's yours. Everything you want. Can you just not call Michelle? Just don't call her a whore.
Just for a decade.
Okay, Jay. I won't. Listen, you got to understand. If you do call her a whore, this is how they had to talk to me. If you do call her a whore, he has the rights for damages, and it could get real messy for a lot of people and expensive. Because you know this little sniveling son of a bitch will take you right on back. He's going to have somebody listening to you for 10 years. Boy, MJ, how horrible has that been that you had somebody listen for 10 years thinking one day I was going to slip? I mean, Seth, if you were a betting man and you said, hey, listen, Bubba just won a trial, but there's a caveat to it where he can't call another radio personality's wife a whore, that he's already called her a whore, and he's been cleared for calling her a whore. That's what the whole lawsuit was about, that he won, but he gets the W, but he can't call her a whore for 10 years. Think Bubba can do it?
Nope. Oh, I'm sorry, you said Seth.
Seth.
I believe in you.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, you did it, right, Bubba?
But nobody else did. Even Tom Bean was like, I swear to God, I will never, ever rep you. I will never get you out of trouble. We will not be friends. I will lock you out of the racetrack. I'm telling you. I'm like, I can do it. I can do it.
You did it.
And I did it. And March was the 10-year anniversary. And I actually texted Steve and Jay. And I go, tomorrow I can call Michelle a whore because it's been 10 years. And Jay said, let me go look at the paperwork. And he went back and looked at the paperwork and found out when I actually signed that document. And Jay goes, you're right, you can. And then Steve come in. Of course Steve does. Guess what Steve says?
Do you really need to?
Exactly. I'm like, damn it, Steve. He goes, but do we really have to? And guess what? I didn't. I waited till like June.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Mommy, you gonna film this?
You guys going?
Oh, yeah. Let me go film it or you're in trouble immediately.
All right, someone needs to cut.
Zeph, go in there and give your best.
Audio, Macho.
Zeph, give your best Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah, just cut that audio if you don't mind.
Cut what audio?
The stuff I do like, for the segments.
What?
I stopped segments for.
Oh, okay.
Well, I got Macho doing it.
I just finished surgery. Everything went real smoothly. And now I'm going to go to the medical office and see some patients. I'm back in the work clothes, and it's time to head to the office. All right, we are pulling up to my office now. The Yonko Institute of Plastic Surgery. Time to get to work. Give me a doctor. I'll check back in a little bit. Okay, well, I'm done with the medical office, and now I am pulling up to the Yonko office. All right, just finished taking some long hauls and doing some legal work, and I think I'm almost done for the day. So I am going to get my car and head home and try to get the rest of this day completed. One of those days.
Both broken in.
That's quick. Better? I mean, he's zipping it in there.
No, I mean better using the first. What you guys were practicing for your first pitch.
Well, he wasn't throwing it when we were playing. He was throwing it out there. Like, he was throwing it hard. Like, so, I mean, I guess your rehab worked.
It's working.
It's working.
Is Danny here? No.
That was actually fun. Dr. Bubba fixed Dr. Dan. Yes, he did, Mitch. My shoulder's stronger now than it was 2 weeks ago. Amazing. I had no pain throwing. Thank you, Bubba.
Keep doing it.
Your little shoulder exercise already made it better.
Yeah, and I got it from and I got that from actually. To be honest with you, I can't take all credit. I got it from a YouTube pitcher rehab fucking rabbit hole I went down.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of the Bubba Army. Now returns.
I don't have time to get down the, well, I'm going to have to. By the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, hello. And Lummy, can you see that somebody in this building already has a little anxiety over something?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you didn't see it yesterday? He had it up yesterday, Bubba.
Yeah, I know Bubba didn't see it yesterday, but I'm going to make sure I got it on double screens today. Dig it. He's going to know. I'm freaked out.
They're doing sandbags in St. Pete, so it is real.
I mean,
yeah, it's a tropical wave.
I mean, yeah, it's not even. It's
just
not,
a wave.
It's not even a hurricane, is it?
It won't be a hurricane because it's going to go over Cuba in the Sahara.
You know what? Wouldn't it be so cool if the news reported it? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not going to be a hurricane.
JHM $10.
Now you can freak out all you want, but it's not going to be a hurricane, which means it's going to have winds, and you find what the highest, what's the lowest amount that it takes to be what's a Cat 1?
75.
No,
75 miles per hour.
75 is a Cat 1?
Yeah, but this thing's not going to be a hurricane. I'd just say it's a tropical wave, 35-mile-an-hour winds.
It's a tropical wave. Expect high winds of 35 miles an hour.
Which is like that all the time anyway.
Right, which is a bad thunderstorm. And,
this is what happens, guys, is that we don't pay attention to the storm. Next thing you know, you're trapped on your roof, and then, you're begging for somebody to come save you.
Yeah, well,
Listen.
You never know.
Everybody can always come to the BRN. We're second floor. Well, we can know. We'll all go to Dan's. No, Dan's carriage house will be underwater.
Everybody
won't. Dude, come to my carriage house. My house never floods. I never lose electricity.
All right. So anyway, there's when are they saying this potentially could be? And Mach, your weather mic is wide open. As your anxiety, when are they saying that? And I did see Lummy's, spaghetti models that did show it. Let me take that back. I saw a lot of spaghetti models that had it coming close or hitting Tampa.
Yes.
So there's a lot of spaghetti models. There's more spaghetti models showing it's going to be ours than not. That being said, when is this supposed to start affecting us day-wise? What's today, Friday?
Sunday, I believe. Yeah, Sunday is when you start.
Oh, this coming Sunday?
Yeah, you're going to be feeling.
I thought it was going to be next week sometime.
No, you get 20-mile-an-hour winds probably on Sunday.
Well, we're gonna have to be on alert for work Monday, right? I mean, some of us might not be able to make the drive in.
They're mostly worried about the rain on this one. We're gonna get 4 inches of rain.
Yeah, I mean,
we get 2 inches all the time.
And it floods like hell down here. I couldn't even drive last time it rained.
Well, I see in your car, I would have anxiety if I was stuck with a car that was low.
Yeah, but he's also talking about we have the garage doors on the side are and just all entrances into the building are not 100% water leak proof. This is a warehouse, so the front doors are they're a little. There's a little gap between the front doors. There's a little gap between the back doors.
We're gonna have the Get Fresh crew lay down in front of all the cracks so no water gets in.
Macho, would you, as we get closer, would you suggest that we sandbag the studios at least?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on it.
Okay. I think those are the only liability. I think those are the points that you would need to sandbag. I think it would just be the back door. The side garage doors, the side entry door over here, the the mic processing room over there, and the front doors, right?
So when you sandbag, do you put a piece of plastic down and then sandbag over that?
I don't know. I don't think you do.
Actually, that's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
Because the sandbag holds the plastic because water goes through sand.
So you get a pair, you get some of that Visqueen, that 4 mil or 5 mil.
Lay it up about 4 feet up off the side.
Yep.
And then sandbag it down.
Right. Make it an L, and then put the sandbags in the middle. Dan, did you just come up with that? Or have you always had that knowledge of sandbags? Or did you
I just thought that would make more sense.
Well, that's how they do it around.
I've never seen
hospitals and stuff.
I've never seen those hospitals.
Well, the hospitals
Tampa,
has walls.
Tampa General has a penitentiary they build around it. They literally have these self-locking, they build a wall, a temporary.
Like a seawall.
But it's like waterproof.
Yeah, like a seawall.
It's like unbelievable. Can you imagine how much that cost?
Yeah, well, hospitals make a lot of money.
Well, they do, but they don't. Most of them are not. Most of them.
Hold on,
Dan.
dude. It's one of the biggest cash cows in the world.
Dan, you know how the insurance scam. I'm sorry. The hospital. They're all nonprofits. Most of them are not. No, they're making a ton of money. But they're most of them are religious nonprofits.
HCA and Advent and all those companies are massive companies now, Bubba, and they're buying up all those small little hospitals that may or may not have been making money, and they're making billions and billions. They're the only ones besides universities and the government that are building things. Hospitals, colleges, and the government are the only ones really massively expanding right now.
All right, so Macho Man, Sunday about what time? Ish. In the afternoon, in the morning? What are they saying?
Hang on, let me bring out the Macho radar weather.
I don't know if they've even said. I think it's just all day Sunday and part of the Monday.
It depends on if it slows down because if it goes over Cuba, where the mountains are.
What about that Saharan dust?
It's not really moving right now. That's the problem.
Yeah, so they don't really have an idea of when it's going to potentially land.
All right,
it's leaving the dust area.
I know I'm headed to Ocala to the track today, and
you're going to get a lot of rain.
And when?
Sunday.
I understand.
Yeah.
But, we've got a lot of rain in Ocala this week. There comes a point, Lummy, where we've gotten so much rain and the track has slid down so much that I don't have the equipment. Like my grader just can't get through it.
Oh.
So I may have to. I'm going up there today at noon. I know what I can sound. I can look at the track, walk around the track, feel how soft it is in certain areas. Know that I have about 4 pieces of machinery that can aerate and get that. See, the only way to dry out a dirt track is to open it up. If you just let it,
you till it and then let it dry.
Yes, you got to till it.
Okay.
You've got to rip it up and tear it up. And hopefully, based on how wet it is, I can figure out whether it will dry in time for me to. Not only do I got to dry it out, but then I got to put a grade on it, and then I got and grading it after it's been tilled up is a much harder grade than just grading it after you've raced because it's not smooth. It's very it's very knotty, so it might require you to grade it 3 times, not just once, because it's so disruptive.
If you don't till it and it gets really wet, does like the top layer dry and then it's like gets hard and crusty, and then underneath it stays wet?
It's just like quicksand, where if the top dries, well then you could have 2 feet of pure muck under a half-inch crustation.
Right, that's a problem.
And my equipment immediately gets stuck in it.
Oh God!
So Lummy, Dan hired. A while ago, Jay and Dan hired this new person to do social media for their brand.
Yes.
And there's these people come a dime a dozen. They're some are good, some are not. This person actually has done a pretty damn good job. They've directed Jay and Dan to shoot various videos. You guys give them to. I think it's a female.
Yes.
You guys,
she's in Spain.
You guys give her the. You guys give her the footage. She puts together short little Instagram videos for you, and this particular one has 1.4 or 5 million views. It's awesome. Now, I watched this already, and you and I have been on the phone because I think I want to shoot the next one.
Okay.
And not that I can do her job better, but she doesn't know you like I do. And I know, no,
like in the biblical sense.
No, like I
Sounds
know,
like he's trying to win you back.
No, I want to make the video better. I think the video leaves I think the video leaves a lot of low-hanging fruit.
Yes.
That would look good, and so I wanted to do, with your permission. And Rhett, are you there? Can you please talk to me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Filthy Ginger. I don't want you to think that because I'm going to make some I've written some notes on this video on how I'd like to shoot it, but I don't want you to sit back there and think that I think I'm all that Johnny video shooter, because that's your job and you can do it far better than me. So I don't want you to think that. I'm trying to undercut your ability because I'm not nearly as good as you are. Like, you're very, very good. Rhett, I don't even know how to do a thumbnail. Okay, buddy?
And I'm interested to hear Rhett's, opinions and his input too, because obviously he has so much experience with this. And don't forget to follow us on Instagram at Diaco_law.
Diaco_law. It's a great follow. So then, Seth, I'm going to give my notes. And then I want everybody else to kind of chime in, and we can refine those notes, and we can all come up with a group. A group agreement on how the next one's going to be shot, because I think you guys are really going to like my suggestions, Dan, and I think it would even pop if more than this one. So let's watch this. Let me. I don't think there's any way to make the screen bigger, is there?
Not on Instagram.
Okay,
no.
so this is Dan's current. Dan, I want to ask your permission, or at least validate to people that we did talk privately about me bringing this topic up, and you said you wanted me to.
Oh, absolutely. Yes,
I'm not sitting here trying to say, oh, God, your girl sucks. Your girl obviously doesn't suck. She's got 1.5 million views. I mean, she did a great job. But I just know some things about you that she may not, and I might be able to incorporate those into a new video that does, just as well. So I'm not trying to undercut anybody, be disrespectful to anybody, try to act like I know it all or anything. But, having been in the business for 40 years, I kind of know how to work. I got a little bit of show business. I got a little bit of Bubba Scorsese about myself, just a little bit.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, just putting this show together every day is a production. Just, this show every day is I'm a producer, on the fly host. Like I said, I'm Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, and Tom Brady. I gotta wear all 3 hats. What are you, Seth? Are you my who's that really good white receiver that Brady had in
Edelman?
Yeah, are you my Edelman?
Edelman.
Are you my Edelman?
I could be Edelman.
Are you my Gronk?
Yes, you're Gronk.
Rhett, are you my
redheaded center?
Redheaded center. Are you Jensen?
Yeah.
You're Jensen. So Dan, I'm going to play this.
Retired with a busted leg.
You're still rich, bitch.
Yeah.
So rich that you're going to wiener dog races on Saturday.
Yeah, I just built a big ass house in Colorado
to win.
Did he really?
Yeah, he just moved. He's been building it for the last couple of years, but it's a giant hunting compound essentially.
Good for him.
Yeah.
You know what? Here it is. This is Dan's. This is Diaco_law's latest Instagram little short, and it's good. It's really good. So we're going to watch it first completely uninterrupted.
Oh.
And then we're going to watch it again, and I'm going to put my notes in. And you guys help me let me know. And Seth, don't hold anything back.
I already have my notes.
Okay, you got notes too.
I got notes.
Good.
I could tell. I don't even have to see it. I could give you notes.
Fantastic. You'll be noting with me.
Short notes, Bubba.
Notated.
Yes.
Well, I just finished surgery. Everything went real smoothly. And now I'm going to go to the medical office and see some patients. I'm back in my work clothes, and it's time to head to the office. All right, we are pulling up to my office now. The Diaco Institute of Plastic Surgery. Time to get to work being a doctor. I'll check back with you in a little bit. All right, well, I'm done with the medical office, and now I am pulling up to Diaco Law. All right, just finished making some law calls and doing some legal work, and I think I'm almost done for the day. So I am going to get my car and head home and try to get the rest of this day completed. One of those days.
All right. So there you go.
First of all, 215, $20.
How long is it? How long is it? Because I didn't get a.
It's about a minute.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure.
First of all, Dan, are you ready for this?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, every segment you open with "all right," everyone, all right, we got to mix that up. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, I would shoot it this way. I would have a close-up of an alarm clock at 4:45 go off. That takes me 2 seconds. Beep, 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 beep. And it shows Dan's Italian hand hitting the off button.
Like a dark, hairy hand?
Radio, I'm sorry, globally syndicated radio co-host, doctor, and lawyer starts his day. Then boom, the next shot is at nighttime. Well, you leave your house at 5:15, so it's still kind of dark. Is you have Steve or somebody shoot this, but it's your Ferrari driving down the long driveway and making that left. The next shot is you pulling up to the BRN gate, the Bubba Army gate, and the gate opens up. The next shot is no getting out of the car. Everybody already anticipates all that. The next shot is a shot of you on the air, just with your headphones on, maybe doing some hand gestures and talking. No audio, but and it says, be on air, but boom, what you're doing. The next shot shows you pulling out of the studios and pulling up to the Tampa Surgery Center. The next shot shows you in surgery,
right,
as doing a surgical procedure, but it's shot from, you can only see your backs and maybe like two nurses to the right and two nurses to the left. Like you can't see any faces. You may not even have anybody down there, but it looks like you're conducting surgery. You got the big light down there, the whole 9 yards.
Right, in the operating suite.
Right. The next shot has you pulling off your mask, saying, "Got to go be a doctor." Boom. The next shot, it's redundant because it says you say I'm going to your office when you're coming to the light, and then next time when you're making a left and then
I say it twice. Yeah,
you say it twice, so it's redundant. It should the next shot should literally have you just pulling into your doctor's office. Time to be a doctor, and less talk. Time to be a doctor. Boom. It has you in a lab coat with like the Morpheus machine or one of your, doing a procedure as a doctor.
It's 59 seconds.
Okay, it's perfect. So then it's boom, back in your Ferrari, 1 second pulling out, segues into you pulling into Diaco Law. Gets time to be a lawyer. Open up the door. The next shot. Now, most people in this building have not seen your office. I have. I don't know if this woman's not seen your office, but she may have. But you and Jay have these matching offices that face each other. And the only difference is you guys have this, and I've been told not to say how much it cost, but I'll tell you this, that it's over 6 figures, and it's this granite backdrop behind your desk.
Yeah, we have matching ones, but we light them differently.
Right, exactly. That's lit. And I mean, and so the next shot is Dan at his desk with a legal pad on the phone, being a lawyer. Next shot is getting in his car, and Dan, you shoot 2 closes. You shoot 1 close to say, you know what? And sometimes after a rough day, I like to have some me time or some Dan time. And then the next shot shows your garage door open up to your autoclave with the 8 cars that are in it. People don't know that not all 8 aren't yours. Just gives them a little peek of all the cars. And then the next shot shows you, doing 150 down the race car driver Dan. Boom. That's the end. That's the one end. Then the other end, the other finale that you shoot is you pulling back up into your house. Boom. And then you're playing catch with your son.
Oh, that's awesome.
And you go, now it's time to be a dad.
Mike Thurman, $50.
You look into the camera and say, now it's time to be a dad. And it shows you and Danny 2 seconds of throwing the baseball.
I like that ending even better than the race car ending.
I mean, that almost gives it a Culpepper drinking the lemonade by the swing gimmick, does it not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like saving babies.
I mean, right?
Helping old ladies across the street. Yeah, it's perfect.
I mean, does anybody...
I like that because you didn't say that baseball thing yesterday, and I think that's even better idea.
Now it's time to be a dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so every time, you're talking too much. You just say, hey, off to be a lawyer. Boom, pulls it in, shows you doing your lawyer stuff. Boom, now it's time to go home. Yeah, then it shows you. Then it's that same shot that had you pulling out now has you pulling in, going down the long driveway. You get out, you go, gonna change my clothes, and now it's time to be a dad.
Perfect. I love it.
You got. I incorporated the operating scene. I incorporated the radio. I incorporated, unless your partners or that feel that the radio portion's not good for your image, then you take that out and you just pick it up from the TOS deal like you did.
We could have 3 different versions of it, and we could actually run all 3 at the same time. We could run one that's a little bit more law specific from the law firm. We could run one that's a little bit more radio intensive from your platforms.
As far as the audience.
Right. And then I could run it through my office, slightly different, 3 slightly different versions and let them all eat at the same time.
Right. Hey, maybe the females, hold on. The females want the dad version.
Mm-hmm.
The males want the racetrack version.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bubba Army wants the radio version.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Mike Thurman, $50. Bubba Klemberg.
Bubba Klemberg. Now, Seth, you heard my changes. What would you like to incorporate, or what do you think of my changes being stupid?
No, I think your changes are fine. I'm just gonna be 1,000,000% honest. I think I wouldn't do anything to it. I mean, it is so hard to go viral to get 1.4 million. I mean, I think they did something right. Sure, you could make it more like aesthetically pleasing and funnier, and show more depth to it. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're putting the content up so a bunch of people can see it and it hit the mark.
No, hold on. But I'm not proposing mine happens next week. I'm talking mine happens in October, November. Like the next time, you let this have its leg. You let this thing leg out, do as good as let it eat. But it's not going to stay viral forever, obviously. So
I just don't think it. I mean, yeah, you can add to this. I just think it's. But I wouldn't have, if I saw this, I wouldn't have come up with any notes because to me it hit the mark.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think the only thing, I know that she was kind of strapped for time or whoever was editing it, but maybe a little more B-roll of like you actually doing the job.
That's it.
Right,
That's what I've said.
And I had some more there. She's just hyper-edited
At this point, man, they're just taking your word for the fact that you were in a doctor's office doing procedures. They didn't see it.
But I do think that the editing is charming, and I think it's part of the reason it kind of picked up. So yeah, you definitely obviously did something right here. So
and Dan, I want everybody to know. I opened up by saying, "Hey man, this is great." But when this thing runs its course, let's have another one ready, and that can maybe model this, use portions of this mentality. But we're going to shoot it all again. So I don't want anybody to think that I think this thing sucks. No, this thing's on the mark. But we need. You're not going to have this for a year. You got to have. You got to have. You got to have another one. Lummy, what do you think?
I remember you gave the notes to Jay. Jay kind of followed along with what, and his did pretty good. Like he
but no, hold on. But Jay has his whole. Jay should be shooting one too.
He did shoot one.
No, I know he did.
What?
He needs to shoot another.
Oh, I understand.
Well, I was just saying. Like,
actually, Jay was they used Jay first.
Yeah, I was going to say
Jay was the first one that did this.
I was just saying about how there's some examples we can pull from Jay's for Dr. Dan's. I thought what you said was good because Jay's did pretty good, but I think Dr. Dan.
Jay's was better when it showed Jay behind his desk.
Correct.
Because their desk, like, I just don't want to see Dan walking in then walking out of. I mean, his desk and his backdrop, it really, really pops. You got to put that in. That's part of what he's doing there.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, there were 1,600 comments and a lot of questions, and so today, actually, Pitty wanted to shoot a video of me answering maybe 10 or 15 of those questions.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably from my office desk at the law firm.
Great idea.
Yeah, there you go.
No, it has to be from your.
Yeah.
It's got to be from your office.
Right. We'll do it there with the backdrop.
Yeah.
Lit up beautifully.
So good job, my friend.
Thank you very much.
I also sent you the video of Seth and Dr. Dan throwing the ball.
And again, I don't want anybody to think that I think that I don't. I was just giving my opinion, and on knowing Dr. Dan and knowing the things that he does, cool things as a dude.
There's more candy. There's more candy.
I know that the behind the scenes or him sitting at his desk with his $150,000 multi-lighted up granite piece. It would be badass. The average dude would be like, hell yeah, that guy's a real. Look at that law office. Woo! Oh my God, what kind of machine does he got there in his hand on that girl inside of his office? Oh my God, that's a real operating table. He's really in operation. All right, so this is what just happened a few minutes ago.
Yeah, there's a little bit of language.
There's language.
Yeah, Seth was so excited.
How many times did I cuss?
I think 4.
Oh really?
I didn't notice it.
You can still see you're still a little bit tender.
Well, that was also the first one.
I know. You're right. You need to bring something besides a catcher's mitt, Dan.
Well, I did. I let Seth
worst.
have the other mitt.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, bad.
Yeah, Dan did give me a great one. See, backing up, giving him some, let him stretch it out.
Boy, I tell you, when I used to go to the ball games, and I would get like when the Rays, when I was super on top.
Oh yeah.
And the Rays would give me like I could literally call them like the day of and say, hey, this is Bubba. Can I get 4 home plate seats? Like, yep, they'll be at will call. Like those black seats, Lummy, that they give you free hot dogs and stuff.
You invited me down one time to it.
Yeah, exactly.
It was nice.
So anyway, but before the game, if you get there early enough, a lot of them are playing pepper, like they're playing, like they're throwing back and forth. And Longoria was my boy. And so I would be like, I'm front row, second row, and Longoria would make sure that that's where he always kind of warmed up, was in that area.
That was his spot.
But to see those guys, they like Longoria would be down by, kind of by the batter circle or where the bat boy stands, and then he'd start with his guy at first base. And the guy, they'd be throwing that distance, like basically home plate to first base. These are major leaguers. And then the guy would go about 20 more, feet. And eventually, man, the guy was at the wall, and they were winging him Lummy, and I'm not talking about I'm talking about on a rope.
Oh, yeah.
Like on a rope. People don't realize, man, how hard it is to throw a baseball like Bo Jackson on a rope from the wall. There are people that can, it's unbelievable.
I'm all about hitting that cutoff, man.
You are?
Oh, yeah.
You're about hitting the guy at second you can take it home.
That's how you do it, baby. Fundamentals.
When you're interviewing for that center fielder job, do you tell, hey, Skip, I just want to let you know, man, I'm all about hitting that cutoff guy,
well,
okay?
There's like 5 guys that can, make it from the outfield to home, without it hitting the
But you can get it to the cutoff guy.
That's what they tell you to do.
Yeah, you're right. You're probably right. And the cutoff guy has a better understanding as to what the base runners are doing. That guy might hold up at third. Next thing you know, you've thrown it home, and it's a wild pitch.
Yeah, let him do something. I already ran and got the ball. Now you take it.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hold on. I already missed the ball over my head. I feel dumb enough.
Right. I'm not saying, you do some work around here.
I've already committed 1 error. I don't want to commit a throwing error too, right?
Exactly.
So Dr. Dan's
nice
been
pop to that glove, right? Thanks, Justin.
Nice
There you go. Just two American men playing baseball at 7 a.m.
One's in a button down.
Yeah, boy, those are, and you know what? Talk about both ends of the spectrum of American men. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. That should almost be a painting.
With the top and the bottom?
Well, I'm not saying what it is necessarily. You can form your own opinion. But there are two distinct different men out there, ladies and gentlemen, with two distinctive ways of life, two distinctive, views of life, two distinctive, all types. I mean, on every aspect of being a man, these two represent,
But when you're holding that glove, Bubba, everybody's equal.
Exactly. And baseball.
You're right. You know what? You're right. When you're holding that glove, bitch, you're equal until you're not. Until the other guy throws it down there, like Kevin Kiermaier, and the other guy throws like Dan. Then you're not equal. Is Kiermaier still in the league?
Yeah, he's retiring.
He just got traded to the Dodgers.
Yeah, he said he's retiring. This is last year.
Is that the guy from the Dodgers that used to be the Rays throwing him a bone?
Probably.
Yeah, they traded for him.
And he's not a daily player. He gets tweaked a lot. Doesn't he get hurt a lot?
Yeah, that was a problem here in Tampa.
Where did he go to college?
Probably somewhere. Indiana, Purdue? No. Purdue. Sweet.
Purdue. I think he went to Purdue.
I'll tell you one thing about baseball. I didn't know he was from Fort Wayne.
Yeah, he's from Fort Wayne. Kevin Kiermaier grew up 50 miles from me.
Throwing the baseball back and forth is therapeutic. It's that little pop every few seconds becomes almost like a background.
It really is, man. Can I tell you what makes it even 55 times better? When there's a wall right behind you and you don't have to run when you miss the ball. Seth, am I right?
Yeah. No,
man, when there's a wall that just kind of catches you, maybe you got to run 10 feet to get it. But, man, sometimes a guy will wing it. He'll go way over your head, because you're a couple old guys throwing a baseball. And next thing you know, you got to go like 50 yards to get the ball.
I mean, that's what was happening when I was practicing with Dan for the first time because I was throwing from so far away. But I think the way we kind of gradually started backing up there, there was a good rhythm. I liked that.
Yeah,
the rhythm is nice. It's relaxing. I started throwing the baseball with my son.
I got a baseball glove, Dan. Maybe we can start throwing the baseball.
It's really fun to do, and it's relaxing. I think everyone should throw the baseball with a friend. It's a really good pastime.
You're not far enough that you can't BS about what's going on.
Right.
Be like, hey, Dan, man, how is everything?
Right. You can talk.
Good,
you can laugh.
Good. Steve up your ass? No, Steve's gone. He's cool.
Yeah, for 2 weeks.
You've been good. I'm good. Romina still hate me? Yeah, she still hates you.
Hey, anyone want freaky Friday flapjacks?
Dan worked up an appetite.
Dan.
Yeah, all I could think about was baseball, food, and smashing Brian today. So
Dan, we can't do freak. Those are so bad for my diet.
But you don't have a cook. You're starving. You're dying on the vine.
No, I think I got water. Hold on. No, I got watermelon.
They have biscuits and
watermelon versus pancakes? Come on, Bubba.
Dan, I'm trying to eat more healthy.
These are healthy pancakes.
I'm trying to eat. Dan,
just one.
Those pancakes are probably, honest to God, the way I slather mine up with syrup and the way I eat it is probably, I'm not kidding you, 1,500 calories.
Come on, you'll burn that off throwing the baseball.
No, I'm not throwing the baseball today.
You want biscuits and gravy instead?
Yeah, how about that?
No.
Really? Yeah, you do.
Do you really got a Hank? Listen, I'll split
a pancake.
I'll split a pancake with somebody.
Seth, you want to split one with Bubba, or do you want two?
No, I'll split one.
Lovey, you hungry?
I'll split a pancake with someone.
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like if you bought 4 sets,
what about?
That's what I'm saying. If Rhett and Macho want to split, would you guys split a pancake? No, if they're not made out of protein, if they're not out of protein, hell no. No, okay, so engineering, they're being the nerds, they're saying no. So Dan looks like it's 3.
Okay.
No, we're just sticking to our diets.
Okay. All right, I'll order.
When I come back, and I know John Morgan pretty well. I also know his son Matt, who's pretty much runs the entire show. Matt Morgan runs the show. He does. And Matt Morgan is a huge Howard Stern fan. And Matt, when we used to talk more, once asked me if he thought, and listen to this, Dan, listen to this. Yes. If he thought Howard would do an endorsement for Morgan & Morgan. And I said, and then he threw this caveat. I don't care how much it costs.
Wow.
And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, I don't care if it's $5 million. I'll pay it.
Wow.
So I sent word up to Don Buchwald and said because Howard doesn't. Howard makes so much money that he doesn't have to do, the Super Beat Heart Chews Lummy, but he does do some endorsements. But these are usually huge corporate buys, and I think part of his contract, SiriusXM gets like maybe 1 or 2 free reads a day as part of his deal. When you're paying a guy $100 million, he'll do a couple endorsements for you. But I don't know other than that he does them. And so I sent word to Don Buchwald. This was years ago. This was probably 5-6 years ago. I said, hey, Don, I had his email. I said, I have a good friend of mine that's the largest law firm in America wanting to know if Howard would do an endorsement. They have a budget up to $5 million. I said that. And Don sent me back a message and said, no lawyers. This is what he said. No lawyers. So I told Matt, no. Well, obviously Don died, and the rule may not apply. And so they got it looks like Morgan and Morgan. They have Ronnie.
But he doesn't mention Howard, so maybe that's why.
No, of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. And they don't even say.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, they're really careful. Ronnie Munn, radio personality. They don't even say radio personality on Sirius XM.
You think Ronnie got the $5 million?
No, but I bet
a mil?
No, $100,000.
No.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I'm giving you my opinion.
You think more, Dan?
No.
That's a big. Oh wow. That's a big number.
I wonder how much he got from the case he gave him.
I don't know. You know what? We'll do that. Ronnie Mund, Howard's former limo driver.
Is it a serious endorsement? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. But see how careful they are. Ronnie Mund, radio personality. No Sirius XM. No Howard Stern. No nothing.
No Ronnie the limo driver.
No Ronnie the limo driver. I wonder if Howard was mad about this.
He can't be mad about his guys making money.
Good morning. On this day in 1776, congressional delegates signed the Declaration of Independence, which had been approved on July 4th. 8 days later, news of the document arrived in London, and the rest is history.
Hold on. So it took until August 2nd for it to be officially signed all the way? Is that what she said?
I guess. I mean, they had a bunch of people sign it.
Is this the real July 4th then?
It should be.
I mean, it kind of is.
Sort of.
See you guys.
It's finalized.
You taking the day off?
I have to.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
I wonder if that includes your dog and Iditarod.
Well, Pennsylvania's $9.92. What the hell? That's outrageous. It's outrageous. Oh, man. What up, Don't Panic, it's organic.
Looks like 12 of the colonies voted to approve the Declaration of Independence on July 4th. But it took one colony to August 2nd to get approval.
What up, Thurman?
That was New York.
Oh, those of course.
Fucking delaying the whole process.
What, did they have to, ride it on a horse to somewhere?
No, they didn't. No, for real.
Yeah,
they had to.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're riding it on the horse. You get caught in the rain. Next thing you know, fucking.
I know you're fucking late. You're fucking. God.
Hey, I'm Ronnie Mund.
And then
What up, Brian?
You had a couple Native Americans, come at you, trying to kill you.
Like a bow and arrow deal?
Well, yeah. There's probably horsing it from Philadelphia to New York.
Yeah, that's sketchy. It's sketchy to go from city to city.
Yeah, you back then, man, you would have these wrangles.
You got a musket, or were those not invented yet?
Back in the day, you'd have these Rough Riders that would just literally find people traveling and rob them.
What up, Ice-T? Well, the pirates do that now.
Yeah, I know.
What's up, Paul?
Did you see me get heat for that tweet when I said it looks like a fun time when You can.
What, when the pirates got blown up?
I may have left before the.
No, there's this package you can buy for like I forget a bunch of money.
Word on August 10th.
And you get put on a big
July 4th, she said.
luxury yacht.
She didn't. She said.
But they have machine guns and stuff.
I thought she said.
And it's trying to lure pirates into robbing you, and then you can kill them.
That's a real thing?
Yeah, because
there's only one colony.
international law states
you can kill them.
that if a person's trying to pirate your boat, you can kill them.
Oh yeah, I saw a pirate ship get blown up the other day.
New York.
No.
And I said, looks like fun. And a bunch of people be like, you think it's fun killing people?
Oh, people are mad all at 24/7.
And I said, yeah. Bad people with machine guns just trying to get on my boat, you kill them.
Oh shit, let me say this, man. So the fucking Bubba Army fucking stepped up. In total, I've donated 160 backpacks to Latin Sons. So I'm gonna be down there from 1 to 3 on Sunday, giving them out to the kids.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, what are you talking about that?
Is it rain or shine?
Fuck yeah.
Okay. Because obviously Sunday is supposed to rain. Just ask Macho.
That's the bad day.
Oh shit! I better call. Shit.
I'm gonna do it Saturday.
It's on a flyer.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking about rain or shine, Seth. I just wasn't trying to be a dick.
Oh shit! Well, shit, man.
That's not even jinxing because that.
The weather fucking us again.
Is it supposed to be coming late or early on?
I mean, they're moving. Some people said Saturday, like in the middle, like Sunday morning, early, and some are saying Sunday afternoon.
But it's just gonna be rain.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
No, but like
little wind and
like not just a little like hurricane force wind.
Dude, it's 35 miles an hour. We could be inside. We don't have to be outside.
Oh, okay, then you're good.
I mean, but I just
Letitia ain't bringing Tyrone for a free backpack and 40
Oh,
mile wind.
you would be surprised. Craig said that Craig said some crackhead uncles are going to be selling their nephew's backpack for cash. Thanks, DK. Appreciate it. Yeah, Craig texted me yesterday. Everybody really stepped up. Hierarchy, airtight. I got other. Yeah, I know. Other people dropped off like 10. I know. There's a lot of people.
Listener-supported Sponge, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Don't forget, a lot of great stuff. If you missed any of the podcasting this week, go back and download. And I think we started out with the ladies of the BRN. Then we have a Clem and Kush. We got an Operation Pigmentation. We got a Stoner Loner. We got a Tiggs Bits today.
Tig Bits today. We have the Uncensored show from yesterday. I did a solo show.
How did he? Did word get back to Colton at all?
Yeah, well, yes. I told Colton.
Well, he said he texted you. He listened to the show.
Yeah, I completely ignored him.
Oh, okay.
By the way, Mushroom Mitch, Oh no, that was yesterday. Sorry, I thought we had a PayPal gimmick. No way. Well, Dan's here.
Mushroom Mitch, he said he sent a PayPal in.
Yesterday he did.
Oh,
$20. $20. I acknowledged it. No problem. So anyway, let me.
Somehow got Travis $100 for Dr. Dan.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, very much.
Thank you.
So I just ignored him because he really pissed me off. And I know that a lot of people are mad at me. You shouldn't be pissed off at Colton. He does so much more for you. You're right. I shouldn't be, but I am. I can't help it.
So you're gonna ignore him today? I know you got to get out of here quick.
I know I got to get out of here quick. So Colton, just stay away from me.
How do you piss you off?
Should I have somebody else explain the story to Dan to see if it's more of an unbiased opinion that Dan might be able to, give his honest opinion more so than me saying, because he's just going to agree with whatever I say.
Well, I think he'll agree with you on the scenario, no matter who pitches it to him.
All right, so Seth, pitch it to him.
All right, so Colton, just asked for a little bit of cash for some of the work that he did in Indiana, and he asked me to ask Bubba, so I did, and Bubba said yes, I'll give you $200.
No, first I said 100.
Okay, so first you said 100, then
then Seth, you're like 100, and I said, well, what are you thinking? And you said 150. And I said, screw it, we'll just make it 200.
Yes.
Okay.
So then I texted Colton and I said, hey, man, got you $200. And he's like, great, thank you so much. And then later on that day, he texted me, he's like, hey, could you kindly remind, Bubba to, send the money to me? Which I was like, oh, yeah, okay, sure. So then in the morning yesterday, he sent me another text. He's like, hey, can you remind Bubba to do? So I was like, all right, I just got to bring this up to Bubba. So I did. And
It'd been one day. And I'm already got him dinging me. Where's my money?
Rudy 25, Dr. Dan.
And I'm like, listen, man. And there's not a person in this building that can. And if I've done this right now, speak up. Nobody's gonna get in trouble. Be honest. Lay it to me. Have I ever told anybody I was going to give them something money wise that I didn't come through on? Might taken me 3-4 days because I'm busy and I got things going on. But I don't think I've ever shorted you guys on any potential bonus, or I don't think I ever have. And if I did, tell me, because I'll make it up to you.
Well, that was a good chance to lie, but no, we're all caught up, Sponjo.
Yeah, I mean,
you're definitely. Well, wait a minute. You take care of everyone.
Just like last time, you and Rhett hit a bonus, but I didn't get the paperwork in time for the bonus to be part of your paycheck. Last paycheck, it was $100 a guy, and so I felt horrible because that been on your paycheck, that would have been like an extra $71 or something, and that.
Yeah, no, everything.
So
yeah.
I said, hey, you know what? I'll just give you $100 bill. I didn't even PayPal. I just gave you $100 bill. Red, I did give you your $100 bill, didn't I?
You sent it with, I think, PayPal.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I lied again. I'm good at that.
Jeez.
So, Seth, I think I sent yours through Venmo, or did I?
Well, you were going to do a Zelle, but then the Zelle account that I've hooked up is a negative account. So then if you threw the money in there, it would just be a negative pit. So then I had to have you go PayPal so I could get it to the one with money in it.
Yes, so I got it to you.
Yeah, I had to take you on a wild ride, though.
So, Dan, how would you... So I was mad at Colton. I'm like, Colton, really? You're going to ding me? First of all, you asked. If you were smart, Colton, what you should have said is, I don't even know, man. Like, you asked to get paid. I would have been a little more creative on that. Like that's kind of not what you usually do to me. Usually the stuff you do for me is out of the kindness of your heart. Like you usually don't charge me for it. But I've probably grown accustomed to maybe I should be paying you every once in a while when you do some ambassador type Bubba Army act. I don't know. Seems like everybody's got their hand out nowadays. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody, hey, I did a good thing for you. How about $100?
May I ask two questions?
Yeah.
First one is, does he have your number?
Yes.
So he doesn't have to bother Seth. He could have just bothered you.
Yeah.
Which is weird to just keep harassing Seth.
He's scared.
Well, no, I did I act as like the union rep on the air because if people are slightly afraid to talk to Bubba, like Lummy was hesitant to ask Bubba for $94 that he had spent, and I was like, I'll do it for you. I'll ask. So.
And that's what pisses me off. I don't know why you guys are afraid to ask me. If I owe it to you, bitch, I owe it to you.
Well,
like I'm as old school about that as anything.
Well, can I be intellectually honest here?
Yeah.
You're the one who brought up paying and giving him some money.
I did?
And that was my second question.
After the video, you said, man, that was awesome, Colt. I'm going to throw you a little bit of money here.
Okay,
that
good.
was my second question.
Then,
I thought he said that.
Okay, good.
Did, yeah.
That's good for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm glad that I said that. I'm glad that I watched it and was so happy that I felt as if I needed to gift the guy a little something.
Did you have to go to the archives to find that, Lummy, or you remember?
I remembered it.
So I thought I remembered him saying that too.
That even makes me look better then. So when I've said that, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. And you don't have to ding me 24 hours in. And here's the thing: if Colton lived paycheck to pay, Colton's hold on. Colton's got a lot of money.
Well, hold on, Bubba. Bubba, he needed the money.
What do you?
I'm telling you, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have asked like that.
That changes the whole dynamic of my madness. If indeed he really did need the money, but I always thought that Colton was very, very, very. He has really saved his. He has done very well at saving money. He's got quite a bit of money saved, all through being very responsible and very frugal. Still lives with his parents. Like I was under the understanding that $100 really or $200 wasn't really that big like Colton's life.
Hey, he might have $20,000 squirreled away that he doesn't want to touch unless it's like, a nuclear war or something like that. I don't know anything about his finances, but I also knew that he wouldn't have put pressure on if he didn't need it, and he did tell me that he did need it. So,
all right, well, that changes things.
I don't want to. I didn't. Wasn't.
Then he should have got a hold of me and said, Bubba, because of this particular situation, then laid out whatever the situation warrants him needing $200. Could I please ask for that $200 quickly, or something to that effect? He's got my number.
Yeah, no, I know.
And so it would have given me a far better mindset if I'm like, oh, hold on now. He needs this $200 because, whatever the situation may be. That takes me being mad out of the equation at all. I mean, there's been times, Seth, you came to me and like, listen, you know what? I immediately need something. Like you've been not desperate, but in a jam where you're like, hey, Sponjo, I need to borrow some money. And I was like, yeah, whatever you need. What do you need, bud?
Yeah, no, I asked. It's like I treat you like AM Scott payday cash advance, but I needed an advancement of like 7 paychecks.
Yeah, I mean, there was a situation that arose, and we handled it.
I appreciate it, man.
So, like, if a person has a legitimate, emergency or something like that, like, if you came to me and was like, hey, listen, Walker fell and hit his head, and we had to go to the emergency room, and it was like $1,150. I don't know. Ashley's probably the best insurance known to man, where you pay nothing, but nonetheless, let's say first one in a long time. Let's say that you needed, $1,500 quick.
Yeah.
I know Ashley's got it, but let's just make believe that you're a bachelor.
Yeah.
I'd get it to you if I had it. I'd get it to you. If I didn't have it, I'd call Tom Bean, Richard Fabrizi, or the Diacos, or Kevin Hazlett. I'd get it for you.
I appreciate that.
I could get that money for you.
Thank you.
I just call Steve. Steve, I need $2,000, and I'll get it back to you in a month. But I need $2,000 today.
Really?
I could do that with Steve. Man. Absolutely. And the thing about it, I would call. It might be coming from Dan, but Steve, really, Steve might blow a call into Dan and say, Danny, I need you to wire $2,000 over to Bubba's account. But with that type of situation, you would, in the Diaco world, you'd call Steve to put that deal together. Am I not right, Dan?
Probably, yes.
Because, I don't want to bug you with it.
Right.
And Jay, I don't want to bug Jay. Steve would broker that deal.
Right, he got it done.
He may have to ask you and Jay for it because he didn't want to get into his own.
Yeah, he'd probably just stroke your one.
Who's the tightest of you three?
Right now Steven's retired, so he's more intelligent with his money, but I think Jay's a little tighter.
Oh, I agree. Jay's tight as hell. No, Jay's not. He's only tied on the stupid stuff that we want to blow money on and doesn't return. Jay will go out and buy $1 million car because he knows he can flip it in 2 years for $1.6 million, right?
Right.
Jay's pretty smart.
So would Dion, but he's still tight.
Oh, Dion's the tightest ever.
But he'll still buy a big investment. He'll spend money on an investment, a property or something like that.
Lummy, I think I got some PayPal's coming in here. Wow. Tips to cover Colton's heat. I love Colton. That's just Party Kim. Or, I'm sorry. Her name's not Party Kim. It's just Kim.
Yeah.
Just Kim, $200 for Colton's defense.
Damn.
Nice. Wow.
And that goes into the Dr. Dan fund, too.
And then Lummy, Mushroom Mitch, $25.
Thank you.
For the get heat off Colton fund.
Bubba, so Colton does come in. This is the one day a week he comes in to do the show with Rhett and Lummy. Are you gonna still kind of?
I'm gonna ask. Yeah,
you gonna be cool, or
I'm gonna be cool
because you know Colton.
But here's
man.
the deal.
He
I'm
loves you.
gonna be cool, but I'm gonna say, Colton, what did you need the money for? And I'm gonna.
Oh well, this could be a whole another bit then if you find that out.
Oh,
I don't know
really?
I don't know what it is. I'm just saying.
Dan, as a person, I don't know. As a person that's paying your friend $200 to do something,
right?
And he asks if he can get it quickly because there's a reason behind it. Aren't you in somewhat of a position to ask what the reason is?
Absolutely.
He doesn't know.
He brought it up.
Right.
What's the reason?
What's the reason? Maybe it's none of my business.
And he can say that. He has the prerogative to say that. I'd rather not tell you.
I'd love for him to say it to me.
Do you know what it was for, Lum?
No, I do not.
Is he going to have to take me outside and we're have like a Diaco type meeting outside? Phones in the freezer?
I don't know, but you know Colton, man. He's
He'll
just
come up with some goofy ass.
He's just a poor Iraqi.
He's just going to say, I was going to use that $200, to pay for my Uber back, and then the food it cost. I was going to basically probably pay for my return trip with that money, and my credit card bill is getting ready to hit on the 31st, and I thought I could just have that money and go right. It's going to be something like that. It's not going to be life or death. It's going to be so he can save $12 of interest on a credit card payment. You know it's going to be something like that.
Neil Malpazio, $20.
What's up, Neo? Love you, my friend.
Tips for Colton.
So anyway, listen, our good friend, I went to his wedding. I mean, for me, if anybody knows anything about me, I hate to travel, except to Indiana. I only like to travel to Indiana, Ocala, and LJ, Georgia.
Cajun Rain Dancer, $100.
Those are the only three places I want to travel to. Warsaw, Indiana. No, I got to throw Columbus in there, Lummy. Warsaw, Indiana, Columbus, Indiana, LJ, Georgia, and Ocala, Florida. And Land O'Lakes, Florida to visit my mom, and Lutz, Florida to visit my sister. That's it. That's all I want to go.
You need to get out more.
Probably do. So, Lummy, for me to get on a plane and fly to Vegas and deal with all the nonsense at Vegas. And, Lummy, have you ever tried to park at a casino with all your luggage and stuff, and you parked on the opposite end of where the checkout counter is, and you have to lug all of your carry-ons and stuff through the casino to the front desk?
You
And I'm
look like a
literally,
jobber.
I'm really not kidding you. It's literally as far as from here to almost the dollhouse.
Yes. It's very far.
There's a lot of walking involved.
Casinos
in Vegas.
are, oh my God.
Yeah.
And you kind of
And I don't
feel
mind
like a
walking.
jobber.
I don't mind walking, but you feel like a real jobber because that high roller that's playing high limit baccarat or whatever is seeing the Beverly Hillbillies come piling in with their luggage.
That's right.
Having to go through. They're not even smart enough to read the signs. Merch Crick was telling me, I don't think this is the right parking lot. I think it's the one on the other side. I'm telling you right now, but this is the right parking lot. This right here. The west side, which no.
East side was the right answer.
The east side parking, literally steps away from the desk. Bubba's west side, not so good. But she didn't say a word.
She knows better.
But when it was time, so then I had this brilliant decision. And you ever notice on casinos, Lummy, like sometimes your room is like a half a mile from the elevator.
Oh, of course.
Oh my God.
I know. I've gotten cramps.
Oh my God. It's like you're walking, like, remember The Shining and Red Rum, and that kid had his big wheeler and he was going all the way through the hallways? It's like that, man.
It just looks the same the whole way
Oh
down.
my God. A lot of times I'll just say Red Rum, because it's just like so far. Like you get off at 00 and you're in room, 74. Right? I mean,
you got to pass 75 rooms to get there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God.
So anyway, I went to Vegas. Let's not forget, I suffered a kidney stone attack.
You sure did.
While going to the Ronnie Munn wedding.
Torture.
I think there is some. I think we do have some videos on Facebook and our YouTube channel of the wedding.
Yes.
And Ronnie is now a spokesperson for Morgan & Morgan. Dan, I should be a spokesperson for Diaco Law.
Yes, you sort of are.
Hey, it's Bubba the Love Sponge, and no, you guys aren't doing fancy videos like this with me.
No.
And let me tell you something. When I said some bad words on the radio, and I needed a law firm to represent me, this guy right here, I couldn't say whore for 10 years, but other than that, everything's great. We won.
Hey, I'm Ronnie Munn.
we were in the middle of a cross-country move when everything happened. We thought, oh my God, we're gonna have to keep flying back and forth to New York. And I sat down with my wife and I said to her, what are we gonna do? I reached out to Morgan & Morgan. We didn't even have to go to the office. It was so simple. When you go up against a big company, you're not afraid of that little guy. They're afraid of the guy who's plastered all over the United States. If you want an attorney that's gonna...
And by the way, there's Matt. Because Matt's the biggest Howard fan ever.
Fight for.
Did I miss what happened?
Yeah. See,
they really brushed over that.
Here's the deal, Seth. Probably nothing. He's so ambiguous as to what really happened.
I was moving to Las Vegas.
Yeah,
and then it happened.
And then it happened. And I didn't have to go in and sign no papers. They took care of it all. We were like, oh my God, we're gonna start like, what happened?
He lost his luggage.
You totaled your car? Like, what? What happened?
Hey, I'm Ronnie.
And you know what, Dan? They probably wrote it that way because they're just using his likeness and they needed some type of story to come up with. So if you just leave it ambiguous like that, then you're not lying. Something happened.
Something.
You could have said, hey, you know what? My left front tire blew out.
Mm-hmm.
And it took my whole fender out.
I had a wet toot.
And we were in the middle of a cross-country move when everything happened. We thought, oh my God, we're gonna have to keep flying back and forth to New York. And I sat down.
What happened?
Everything happened.
Oh, you know what? I think I remember what it was. They were moving, and I think the moving company messed up and forgot like a bunch of furniture or something like that. I think that's what it was. There was something that happened.
It wasn't
in
a car
this movie.
accident. It was more of a.
I think so.
So they should say that, and so which would help. Do you know how many people it would help diversify what they really can do? People probably just think they do auto accidents and things like that. It would diversify because how many people do you think have gotten screwed over by the moving industry?
Yeah, but there's not a lot of money there.
You don't think that Mayflower? You don't think that Mayflower?
They're independent contractors. They're all independents.
You're not saying college junks are rich?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now,
we're gonna have to keep
everything
flying back
happened.
and forth to New York.
Everything happened.
What's the damage? I mean, they're insured.
I'm not going to tell you.
Of a cross-country move when everything happened, we thought, oh my God,
I'm going to text Matt Morgan today and say, hey, on the Ronnie Munn deal, what happened?
Everything.
keep flying back and forth to New York. And I sat down with my wife and I said to her, what are we going to do?
Ronnie, here's where you're messing up on this one. I hate to be, you should have your wife with you.
Looks like his furniture and priceless valuables were destroyed during the big move to Las Vegas.
I reached out to Morgan & Morgan.
I got to do a backstory search on the commercial?
It was so simple. When you go up against a big company, you're not...
Ronnie, the reason why you'd have to go into the office is because it was a very simple case, too. It was just a demand letter. Dear Mayflower, Ronnie Munn feels that you guys messed up about $26,000 worth of stuff.
Priceless.
We're Morgan & Morgan, and we can keep you in court for 46 years and charge your little stupid-ass company, like just kill you in legal fees. Or you can write us a $50,000 check immediately and we go away.
Okay, here's more of the story if you want to know. It looks like there was a flood.
Hold on, what do you want?
Afraid of that little guy. They're afraid of the guy who's plastered all over the United States. If you want an attorney that's going to fight for everything that you deserve, these are the people you use. Hey, I'm Ronnie Munn. We were in the middle of a cross-country...
Hey, it's Bubba the Love Sponge, and when I had a tape of Stormy Daniels saying some stuff...
Everything happened.
and everything happened. I called John Morgan up. He got Bill Clinton on the phone, and every next thing you know, ooh-wee, I got myself a check. Lummy, what's the backstory to everything happened, Ronnie Munn style?
It was looks like when they were storing their furniture and everything while they were getting rid of their personal possessions. The moving company looks like it had a flood where it was storing, and it flooded all their stuff.
You mean everything happened?
Yeah. Everything happened.
Priceless,
when everything happened.
Priceless. He said priceless things were destroyed.
Yes. Dan, if you could, you're going to have to prove negligence on behalf of the storage company, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have to, at that point, actually determine the value of said item. It may be priceless to you. Mean, Dan, that catcher's mitt might be priceless to you, and it might be worth $5 to me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everybody has their own value.
It's hard to value things.
But they actually do have experts that can. Let's say it was a dresser drawers antique, or let's say it was an antique dish set, or whatever possession a person could potentially a grandfather clock that had been handed down generations. Whatever, you can find experts to put a value on it, can't you? You can find antique and valuable furniture experts, and you can get a roughed-in value of that.
But if he had a signed letter, a really meaningful letter from Howard that got destroyed, I could understand how that's priceless and has no real value to a layperson.
True, and then that would be
frustration.
Morgan and Morgan's
instead of some giant Anwar.
Was that what it was?
I don't know. Lummy probably.
But
knows.
it would be Morgan and Morgan's. It would be Morgan. It was what?
Like wedding photos.
Well, hold on. He was
digital
wedding photos. He was moving.
Bubba's got those right here.
Hold on. The wedding hadn't when he was moving.
Oh, I'm sorry. Engagement. There's prices. I guess her growing up is Stephanie. They said just
pictures.
A bunch of stuff you make up to get more money.
Exactly. Dan, that's
exactly.
that's where you get paid because you get a jury that says, "Hey man, lost all of her childhood pictures, all of her cheerleading pictures." I mean, that's where you really can't. That's where it could get scary, where a jury could pick an outrageous number. Right?
Correct. Yes, and having an objective valuation of those would be very difficult.
Right.
How do you evaluate?
I can find a guy.
Find
a guy to evaluate this dish set all day. I can't find a guy to evaluate what Stephanie's gymnastic pictures with her grandma that's dead now. When she was 5 years old are worth. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You can't value what Ronnie's first picture of the first day he started working, the first time Howard got in his limo and Ronnie started working for Howard. Howard's longest. I mean, I think outside of Fred and Robin and Gary, I think Ronnie's the most tenured person. I think Robin's number one.
What about Benji?
No, Benji's way down the line.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Oh, yeah, Benji's like...
I thought he's been there forever.
Not really.
It's sometime in the 2000s.
I think it's Fred, Robin, Gary. I think as far as, the Mount Rushmore of Howardness of time served. I think Fred was his very first person. I think he had Fred and I think he might have even had Fred in Hartford before he went to D.C. And then he picked up Robin in D.C., and then he picked up Baba Booey in New York. I think that's how it all goes down.
You went to Hartford, I think Detroit, and then to D.C. But yeah, you're right on the hiring. And then Ronnie came after that.
Lummy, you're the senior most. You're the senior. You're like my Fred.
Sweet.
And then let me see who would be second. Would it be Rhett?
Mine goes back to 1998.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So you're Fred.
Wow.
Well, no.
He's talking about people he pays.
Food's here.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
For your guys' video?
I don't think so. I know Brett was working on some stuff, but...
Oh shit, man, those tater tots look good as fuck.
Cucumber's really good.
Oh, macaroni? I'd get all the sides there.
Let's get those fucking pancakes out. We only got 5 minutes to eat them.
Oh boy.
Come on, Dr. Dan.
Hot Mike's about to get a show.
We gotta get those fucking... Oh man. Is Dan here?
He was going
to go get him.
Oh, okay.
Do you think me and Dan are gonna go viral playing catch?
No.
Fuck.
And Dan still looks stiff as a fucking as a boards.
Well, oh, why didn't you say that on the air? You were.
He was pumping up Dr. Dan.
How'd I look?
Good.
Young Nolan Ryan.
I'd probably just be the older version of Nolan Ryan at this point. Did he pitch lose like 40?
Yeah, I think 47, 48.
No! Nolan?
Yeah.
I know Charlie Huff did.
Charlie Huff pitched till he was fucking almost dead.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Charlie Huff's still alive.
Fucking knuckleballer.
Well, I mean, you need to tell Dan. I'm down
I don't know where he is.
Well,
I think Seth went out there.
But I'm just saying,
I have a feeling Dr. Dan was a little too premature.
Yeah, but let me. I'm like, time is of essence of me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to eat if he doesn't fucking hurry up. Like, what I'm saying is you need to go out there and fucking say, hey, listen, get Bubba his pancake and his one fucking gimmick. All right, I gotta.
There's Dr. Dan.
Times of essence.
This is pancakes. Times of essence.
I'm trying.
Dan's a pancake man. You know, I wasn't even into pancakes until he said it. Now my nipples are hard for him.
I know. I thought about all morning. Let me get your fork.
I gotta get a plate to split.
Shit. Well, let me help me out, please.
Lemmy, you're doing shit.
I'm doing my job.
Shit.
I'm doing the audio.
Give me some fucking plates. You haven't talked about chat one goddamn time.
I'm doing my work.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
what's that doing?
Nothing.
Okay, he doesn't do the audio.
I don't expect him to do nothing. He's not capable like you.
But okay, well, I just won't send you clip the audio.
Well, I just need some help, lover. I also need a fork. I think everybody's mad at me right now. But they gotta understand, we only got fucking 2 minutes to eat this now. All hands on deck. And I gotta fucking...
I can't find
How's the syrup up there?
I got one thing of syrup.
Well, I got you a real fork if you want it.
These.
Do you need your personal syrup?
Huh?
Do you have the personal syrup?
I don't know.
Got some brown sugar butter?
No, I don't want any of that.
You want this?
Come on down, Juliano.
No, I don't want any.
Maybe he said he does.
Here, put it over the side of the end. I hope I have syrup. If I don't have syrup, I'm taking that. Hold on. I need that syrup.
Okay.
I don't think Seth likes the syrup anyway.
Here.
No, yeah, okay.
Hey, Bo, do you want my syrup?
You have enough.
Dan syrup?
No, I'm good.
Everyone's syrup?
But see all the working parts here we got? And now we don't even have enough time to eat them.
They're hot too.
Oh wow, that's a fucking swirl. Thank you, Dan.
Do you need syrup? You like syrup?
Yeah, I like it, but you take it. You don't really need it for these.
Yeah, exactly. I knew that we were gonna have this problem.
So let's play a song.
Because we weren't hustling.
Let's play a song.
Macho Man, can you put?
Yeah.
Oh no, he's not in here. Okay, I'll do it.
Roger's in here.
I know. So
I think the pipe's quick.
I'll hit the song. I got it. Now I'll hit the song.
You don't want the music bit part, right?
No, I do. You do it. I don't know what the I mean.
Which one do you want?
The Hogan is a Republican.
A listener-supported sponge. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Lummy, sometimes hot mic sucks because we're in the middle of an oh shiz situation. And I start, freaking out because the time's running down. And I know that, eating pancakes is cumbersome.
Yeah, it's not radio friendly.
Shane Mars off 20.
We're down to a minute 04. And I'm yelling at you because you're just sitting there.
Doing nothing. Nothing at all. Not doing what I'm supposed to do every break. And Macho and I were supposed to go look at something too, and I couldn't do that. That's why he couldn't do the audio so I could run around. So, I'm sorry. Hello?
No, you're right. I'm saying I had something stuck in my windpipe.
Dude, these pancakes
I thought Lummy was going to continue on.
Lethal pancakes.
I thought you were getting mad, so I stopped.
No.
And then you didn't talk, so
Lummy,
I
I was just
mad.
yelling at you saying, Lummy, do something. Do something. We need plates. I just can't hand, Seth 2 pancakes. I have to hand him one that's already been individually hermetic,
hermaphrodite?
What do they call one? Something
hygienically?
No, hygienically, performed.
What?
I mean, I had to.
Dude, you guys, these pancakes messed you up, man.
You know what I'm saying is like, I had to give you a pancake that was presented in its box.
A presentation.
I took the one off top and put on a paper plate. I don't think you would have done as well at the paper plate presentation as I do.
Well,
I think that you appreciate the to-go container,
the plastic,
more so than I would.
Here's what I appreciate: that I walked in towards the tail end of all of this, and that you did take the top pancake with all the icing on it. Then I walk in and I hear Bubba go, "Oh, I don't think Seth likes syrup." And then you take the syrup. Who doesn't like syrup?
Here.
No, I'm good.
Here, I got some left.
I'm not gonna squeeze it out of that bottle. You're good. I just thought that was fun. I thought that was funny.
I was being super aggressive, and Lummy, I know you were doing stuff, but you were just, all I could see was your big head. I don't see your hands clicking and you dragging things and things like. I just see your big head staring right into the computer. So I'm thinking, well, you can help Dan. Dan comes walking in here and he gives me the to-go container that's got 2 pancakes. Now I have to, in a minute 34, separate the pancakes, determine who gets the syrup. Make sure Seth's got utensils. Make sure I got a paper plate to put mine on. Slather mine up with the sauce provided, and try to eat it all in 57 seconds.
Well, see, I thought Seth and Dr. Dan left together, and Macho went outside to go do some stuff for possibly the rain. So it was me having to do the audio stuff, and so I thought they were taken care of. And I was trying to do that, and I guess Dr. Dan
I was trying.
Everything's perfect. Okay, it's just, we must realize that pancakes are cumbersome.
Yes.
And they need a little extra time to process, if you will.
And you actually need a knife and a fork.
Yes.
You can't just do pancakes with your hands or
and
just
Dan,
with a fork or a spoon.
Dan, next time you order, ask for extra syrup.
There's nothing on. I've tried to, Bubba, but there's nothing on the app that allows me to do that. There's no space to put that there.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I should call them or something.
Should we have people send us syrup?
No. You know what? I'm going to get a big thing of
good stuff.
Like Log Cabin.
No, Bubba. The real stuff.
The real stuff.
From like Vermont.
Yeah. No, that stuff's too thin.
That one version of it was too thin.
Okay.
You think it's always too thin? Is it always thinner?
I don't know. I know goddamn Log Cabin's pretty good. Or Aunt Jemima.
Corn syrup makes it nice and thick for you.
Aunt Jemima, yeah.
I'll get Canadian made with real sugar syrup, and I'll have a big old bottle of it ready to go at a moment's notice, so we don't have to worry about those stupid ass little container gimmicks. We got us some goddamn Aunt Jemima up in this bitch.
We should do a pancake smoothie next time.
Pancake smoothie.
Is there such a thing?
Yeah. We'll just blend it up. We'll drink it.
Ew.
Okay, guys. I'm just trying to make us, more efficient on the air. Sorry.
Then we have to have a ninja blender. And that's going to have to be cleaned. And those things are...
Those are a bitch to clean.
So, Lummy, I think, was last night the Hall of Fame game?
Yes, it was.
Chicago and
Texans.
Because of lightning?
Weather.
They almost every year...
this game sucks.
It does.
It's a weird stadium.
It's a high school stadium.
It's a high school.
Dug out.
Yeah. So anyway,
it's a nice-ass high school stadium.
But here's the deal. Okay, so last night was the first game. The outcome means nothing. How did Caleb play the first series?
No. Nobody played. CJ didn't play.
Okay.
CJ Stroud didn't play.
So this is, you know what this is? This is a gift to the league. Because the only people that make money on this are the league. You know what I'm saying? Chicago doesn't make any money on this because it's not a home game. The Titans don't make any money on this. In fact, it's all expenses to get there, right? I mean, I guess it's probably part of the TV package money they may potentially get, but they may have to incentivize because, I mean, this.
Well, it makes sense the Bears are there because, I mean, Mongo's going into the Hall of Fame and Devin Hester's going into the Hall of Fame. So,
but what I'm saying is, like, normally one of these two teams would be experiencing a home game, and that's a big windfall for you as an organization. More so than traveling to Canton, Ohio, playing in a high school football stadium.
Well, the biggest thing is this is an extra game. Like
this isn't in lieu of?
No, this is an added game to the preseason.
Which gives you the higher percentage of, playing one extra game could get you hurt, right? I mean,
that's why nobody played last night. That's why they don't play anybody.
These are all like second and third stringers?
Big time, yeah.
Right.
Did they do the Hall of Fame yesterday? I mean, the day before, and they're doing the game?
No, I think it's Saturday.
Yeah, I think it's this weekend.
It's Saturday.
Okay.
It's Saturday. It's Saturday.
This kicks off the Hall of Fame stuff.
Lummy, is Steve McMichael? Did he make it? Because I saw his wife.
Yeah, he made it, but he looks like.
Well, I know.
He looks like who's the doctor who's the bad guy, Lummy, that ran the nuclear plant on Simpsons? Smithers?
Mr. Burns?
I don't know, Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Yeah, he looks like Mr. Burns.
But he made it, man. He just wanted to stay alive until he could get into the Hall of Fame. Like, that's what he stayed alive
wasn't
for.
Wasn't he 76, number 76?
Yes, he was. I think God, he was thinking that.
And he always, if you guys ever watch Mongo, Steve McMichael, he always wore his pants a little bit higher than the next guy, and it was always hiking him up, but he was a handful. God, he was good.
He has ALS, for those that don't know.
You had the defensive line was Richard Dent, Dan Hampton on the bookends. Then you had the Fridge and Mongo, Steve McMichael as your down two. That's a load right there. And Dent would get, you'd have to double team one or the other. Hampton was as good as Dent, and Dent was as good as Hampton based on their blocking schemes.
Well, Dent's in the Hall of Fame too. So
is he?
Yeah.
Is Hampton in?
I don't think so.
I don't think Hampton's in.
Well, statistically, where does Dan Hampton stand up to Richard Dent?
I don't know. To me, Richard Dent had probably surpassed him by a good amount of sacks.
You think so? So anyway, last night was a Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. It got called early. The game is not. I'm not going to play any highlights of the game, but what I am going to play is now. This is the first time that the NFL has kicked off. This is the first time that the new kickoff rule was executed.
Did you ask about Dan Hampton being in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Dan Hampton's in the Hall. God, I mean, think of how many people from that 86. Walter's in. Any of the offensive linemen make it?
I'm looking up the 85,
I don't
86.
think Jim McMahon's in it.
No.
Mike
Singletary.
Willie Galt.
I don't think so.
Mike Singletary in it. Dan Hampton in it. Richard Dent in it. Steve McMichael will be in it. I don't think Fridge ever made the Hall of Fame.
No,
he didn't have that long of a career.
I don't know if Dave Durrison or what was there, but Dave Durrison, Gary Finsick. I forget who the other corner was. So, to be honest with you, everybody's hating on this. This is the new kickoff and kickoff return procedure for the NFL. It's been modeled much like Lummy. You were right yesterday. Rhett was wrong. He took an L. What was it? Modeled after the XFL. And I could see where the league would think that this is going to be better for the players. And listen, the guy returns it out to the 26, and that's about where a guy under normal conditions, back when they started the kickoff team back here on the 40, and the receiving team was on the 40 or 35, and the kickoff guys had from here to gain some speed, 10, 20, 30 yards. They had a 30-yard, opportunity to run up and get that much momentum going. The guy caught the ball here, and by the time, this guy got to the 30 and this guy got to the 30, that's a lot of energy, right?
Yeah.
So I think that they're doing this to slow the return down and make it more of a strategical type deal. And I watched it, and I'm like, I'm okay with this. I mean, the guy made it out to the 26, and watch how just less violent and how slowed down this process is. I'm going to play it for you. Here you go.
5 seconds. Let's just watch this first one and see what happens.
Now don't forget, here's the kicker for the Bears. He can't go any further. The first rule is he can't go any further than the 50. The second rule is he has to try to get the kickoff in this green box. That's ideal because that means this team has to return it out. If he gets it in the end zone, that's the ball. They get the ball on the 30 or the 35 or the 40.
Yeah, the 40 and That's
so hold on.
The penalty
if you kick it, you boom it like the way the league is structured now is you tell your kicker to boom it in the end zone because they get it on the 20. That's the best pay, So they get it now. They get it on the 40. So Lummy, teams are not wanting to put it in the end zone.
No.
And so if they get it in this box, then it's returnable. Then what other instance does it have him getting the ball? I think there's another rule, isn't there?
I thought if they didn't make it to the zone, it was a 40-yard penalty, and if they kicked it in the end zone, they get the ball on like the 30.
Rat. Do you know?
I think it's silly. I mean, let's watch it play out.
Let's watch it play.
Let's enjoy this one. We're hoping for a lot of these by the time the night's over. But you never know in these preseason games.
All right, so he kicks it. Now, listen, neither team can run and start blocking each other or trying to tackle the guy until the receiver catches the ball. Or is it until the ball is in the zone?
I think
because otherwise the referee would blow the whistle when the ball's here.
He has to touch it. Yeah, he has to
touch it.
But then, listen, the players, all the defensive or the receiving players are looking at the receivers. They're not looking at the guys who are supposed to be blocking, which I think is dangerous.
Well, it is.
They're looking behind themselves.
Because the minute you turn around, you got a guy in your face.
Exactly.
Or not really. You got a guy trying to avoid you, trying to swim you. So which is going to cause you to clip him. Here we go.
This one will be returned by Sims.
And so
5 seconds.
Damn
let's
it,
just
I did
watch
not mean
this
that.
first one and see what happens.
I did not mean to do that.
Let's enjoy this one. We're hoping for a lot of these by the time the night's over. But you never know in these preseason games.
See, it looks like the kicker's just kind of pooching it up there because, he can't go full leg Willie.
Nope.
This one will be returned by Sims. And he's out to the
here's the thing, man. If guy got it out to the 26, which is a pretty good return, and you can see where the potential of injury is going to go way down because the players are just not going as fast.
So the three rules are if it doesn't get in that 20-yard line, if it's kicked before it, then it's kind of like kicking it out of bounds, and they would get it on the 40-yard line.
So if the ball goes before the 20, short of the 20, they get it. They get it. It's a dead ball foul,
and they get it on the 40.
Like the linebacker, even if the linebacker caught it on the 25, they dead ball foul to the 40.
Correct.
Then if they make it to the kick zone, obviously they return it,
or they can they can down it if they want. They get it on the 20-yard line.
And they get it on the 20.
And if they kick it in the end zone, the player can either try to return it or down it, and you get it on the 30-yard line.
You get on the 30.
Yeah.
All right, so I
26
think maybe they'll do a replay of this.
Is it?
But can you see where?
I see fewer head injuries, Bubba.
I do too. I see less speed, and I see less chances of getting hurt.
But this is what I also see, though. I see fewer head injuries, and I see more knee injuries.
Major rule change.
It's crowded.
It's as big
it's too crowded.
Here we go. Give it to us.
Rule change as we've seen in the game in a long, long time. You've got players that are lined up basically 5 yards.
Man, did you see that Bear guy put a move on that dude? Now, look at 25. Look at how fast he got off the ball. And watch him make a move on this guy. He's untouched.
Yeah.
Now, thank God, and another guy got him, but that makes being like back in the day, if you're a special teams player, you were backup, cornerback, backup linebacker, maybe a backup tight end, and special teams was special teams. But now, man, you can really have some technique on special teams and really go. I mean, watch this 25 guy. This guy here, watch,
rule
ready?
Change as we've seen in the game in a long, long time. You've got players that are lined up basically 5 yards from each other.
I like it. Seth, you're a major football guy. I'm gonna go over to you and Rhett and Lummy. Seth, what's your opinion? I like it.
I'm all for making the game, as great as it can be. I just, I don't know. It seems like it's going to be a disaster.
Just in what?
Just as far as guys running into each other. I think when you have somebody running full speed at you, when you're only a few yards away from them,
it's better than guy running full speed with you with a 30-yard head start.
I don't know. It's just I think kicking aspect of football is just not interesting to me.
I think they're trying to make it interesting.
They went 30 yards apart during a normal kickoff. The receiving team and the kicking team were not 30 yards apart during the old school kickoffs. They were about 15 or 20 yards.
They were 20.
But now they have to have their
5.
asses facing the kicking team.
How much? Okay, let's call them 15 yards apart. You can still get really going in 15 yards than 5.
But more guys hurt themselves significantly and take themselves out of a season with a knee injury. And when you have that many people that close together, that congested, I think it's more of an opportunity for knee injuries.
I like it. Seth doesn't care. Dan hates it. And over to you, Rhett.
Yeah, it's okay. I still think you're going to see maybe more guys than last year just kicking it out of the back of the end zone.
Just to give it to him at the 30?
It's going to be a bunch of touchbacks, yeah.
How about you, Lum Lum?
Same. I think there's going to be a lot of touchbacks, and I think after this year, they'll probably tweak it a little bit more.
I don't know. I like it. 2 new videos up on the in the Bubba Army YouTube world. Lummy and Rhett did a food review. Lummy, where was your food review?
We're also with Gary Cantrell, Wicked Oaks Barbecue over in Seminole Heights. They have a barbecue Cuban, which was really good.
Right, and this is over by kind of by your other house, right?
Yeah,
that looks good.
Sounds good.
Oh, it was really good.
Whose is this? This is macaroni and cheese. What's this?
It's they call it hog feed. It's like a corn casserole.
Yeah. Is that a pork sandwich?
It's chicken, barbecue chicken.
Barbecue chicken.
Yeah.
Let me then the tray of tater tots.
Yep.
Then it looks like maybe a pressed Cuban over here.
Yeah.
Yep. Pressed Cuban for me as well, and then they brought us some ribs later on too.
They brought us some free ribs to try.
Okay, the mango habanero is a little spicy.
Look at Lummy with his Planet Dan shirt on, representing.
That's right.
Dan gives him $20 every time he does wear it.
Thank you, Lummy.
Mango.
Do you ever get free food, Bubba, when they do your food? You do food
No,
reviews?
never.
Don't ever give you.
I got the sauces too. I'm ready to wait for the sauces.
All right, so they bring it to you sauceless, and then you slather it up the way you like it.
Yeah.
Is that how it goes?
Yes.
Oh, the ribs look great.
I like the in-restaurant review.
Pick a rib, Gary. Pick a rib.
I like somebody other than myself doing it. I like the alternative. Seth, will you do one with wherever the weird places you eat?
Yeah.
But hold on. I got to do a caveat. I'll reimburse you for the food.
No, you're good.
You just have to ask them 3 times.
Lummy, you know what? I should. Who paid for this bill?
We paid for we individually.
What was the total bill?
I think mine was like $12.
Jay's mic.
Okay. I should have known I could smell Jay. Should have known.
Extra on
So, man, there's some extra brute on here in a minute.
Brute my ass. I put a little extra on for you before I went.
I know you did. A little spray on gimmick. Reb, what was your bill?
Like 18, 19.
What was Cantrell's?
$20.
All right, so let me remind me of that. I want to make
I don't know
sure.
what Lummy's talking about. $12. He paid closer to 20.
Yeah, Lummy, don't.
Nothing's $12 anymore.
Lummy, don't round down for my benefit, buddy.
I'm
okay?
sorry. Yes, sir.
I know I got you Stockholm so much that you're trying to lose 8. Please don't.
I mean, they just brought us some ribs.
Yeah, they brought us some ribs right off.
There's a high spot of some customers that remembered you at 740. 740.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a great freeze frame.
Yeah.
That's Gary.
That should be the thumbnail.
Is Gary head a little bit skinnier up top than it is down below? Does he got a little bit of a... Is that Gary pear head Cantrell?
I think it's the beard. It gives it the appearance of being
It gives him
puffier.
kind of an eloped... I don't know, man.
What are you saying?
Smashed in head.
He's got a smashed in head?
Pear head.
Up top?
Pear head. Okay.
Yeah.
Gary pear head Cantrell.
That's solid.
Like an avocado.
And the service is
Hey, Gary, Lummy, did you and Rhett talk?
Yeah. This is just before the 740.
I'm just saying, is Gary the only one that gives a review, or does everybody give a review?
We give the review before.
I mean, you watched 5 seconds of the video.
11 out of 10 on the service all day long.
He was the last one.
Basically, what have you heard about the? How did it go down?
Was he asking about the Hogan sex tape?
Yeah, because they knew they were talking about, they listened to you from 98 Rock, 93.3, then
I
ask
just
where
heard
we
on the
were.
radio that the Hulk and Bubba kind of traded wives a little bit.
Yeah.
Had a little bit of fun, and then
I mean, I'd go with that. It's a hell of a lot better than the truth.
Had a little bit of fun.
You can bend it on Linda over.
Let me give me this sound bite.
All
I
right.
need this one. This is how it all went down.
they weren't nice to each other anymore. I would say it's a lot of people talk, but a lot of it's true. I think everybody who makes a sex tape makes a lot of money on them. That's why they do them.
Well, here's the thing that's going to blow your mind.
Okay. If you want to go watch that yourself, go to our YouTube channel, and it's available. Lummy's food review, one of a kind Cuban sandwich from Wicked Oak Barbecue.
Yeah.
Lummy, maybe we should do a little. Seth, do you eat anything from a barbecue joint?
Yeah, I would have that chicken.
You have the chicken?
I'd go crazy. I'd have the macaroni,
Maybe we could
taters.
maybe we could do a little show lunch over there one day.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Hillsboro.
It's in the hood.
It's like right by Hillsboro.
Seminole Heights.
Dan, it's in a place you wouldn't drive.
It's
your
on the
$500,000
up and up, Dan.
Not far from TOS.
Not too. Yeah, you're right.
Not far from there at all.
Lummy, when we return, I cleaned the toilets yesterday.
Yes, you did.
And I was real mad.
Why?
Because I was trying to do everything myself, and Lummy's, I don't know what Lummy was doing.
We talked about it. I had to call
that's
someone.
true.
They're nice and clean now.
See, I get mad at Lummy because I tell him to do something, but then he's not there to help me to do. I need help too.
Because he was doing the other 5 things you
Because
asked
he
him
was
to do.
doing the other 2. He was literally doing 2 other things that I asked him to do, but he wasn't available for my immediate need, and I yelled at him. Lummy, I am so sorry for being just so sometimes very, very impossible with you. Not fair at all.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
No, I'll do.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
My video I want to shoot with Danny.
I did not. Did you hear a breakdown of the video? We talked about the day in the life video for 25 minutes. Okay. I've provided the Instagram, Diaco_law.
Okay. Nice. What do you think of it?
Oh, I think she nailed it. But when it's time to do
is
you let this one run its legs.
Of course.
And then 3-4 months from now we have another one. And I got some.
She's making us do like Rhett does, where we're doing regular content, and we're having. I mean, my last one it went 300. We thought that was good. This is incredible, but
That's a good way to eat it.
it's a combination of the content and the way it was done. With Danny, what people really were going off on is the Dr. Lord thing, more than anything. On the one that went viral on me, it was lawyers make too much money. Look at the cars. Look at this. Danny's was genuine, like, holy crap, this guy's a doctor and a lawyer. Don't send that to my mom. Don't you know what I mean? It's like I'm a loser kid.
What's weird is
comments were hilarious.
we did something similar to that.
That's what I'm saying.
2 months ago, and
The
it
very
didn't take
first
off.
thing we did was that.
Your
Very first video. I have it in
Danny, tell Jay, wait till I shoot mine.
Bubba's got a lot.
Don't even tell him.
Good ideas.
Well, it's awesome.
We'll do follow-ups. Absolutely.
I mean, it's.
Hey Dan, how about the
It's doing nothing
cliffhanger?
but
How
going in the right
about your
direction.
last line, your cliffhanger, Willie?
Yep, that's a good one.
Jay's gonna hire me to shoot his next one.
No, the next one she wants, which is pretty cool, is the idea of the day after your life, where you drive home, you go and you see your beautiful wife, you kid you.
All right, Dan, he's our
out.
don't be quiet. That's part of mine.
Whatever, it's already on my storyboard. That shit's already happening.
I already got Dan's storyboard. Right here. I got 1, 2, 3. I got 3.
Dan's repped.
Hold on. I got 3 sets of notes, and I got 2 different beginnings and 2 different closes. Don't I, Danny?
Yep. Well, you know what's good is we have Ashley actually coming in.
Hold on, you want to hear
She's
one of
coming
my
in from Spain next week to actually do
You
video
wanna hear one
content.
of-
So if you have anything, she's gonna really be here to help.
You want to hear one of my closes?
Yeah.
One of my closes is after he walks out. First of all, his lawyer shot needs to be at his desk with the fucking phone and that $3 million fucking Mac.
I agree 100%.
And he gets in his car and he goes, "It's been somewhat of an early day today. Now I'm gonna do some me time." And it shows the fucking door of the autoclave opening up, and you can see there's a lot of cars in there, but you can't decipher what's in there. And then the next one is him going down a straightaway shot. Pew! Dan time. That's closing number 1. closing number 2 is after the illegal going home. He goes, now I'm going home. Going home, shows his Ferrari go down the big long driveway, and he gets out and he goes, time to do some dad time, and it shows him throwing the ball with a little Danny.
That's exactly what we're doing, 100%.
Yeah.
And also you let the dog
And you-
out.
and you-
I mean, with real life, what you really do. You know?
And then the opening, he has 2 openings. One where he just reports as a doctor, but one where the alarm goes off at 4:45. He hits it.
Oh, that's great.
It
The alarm,
yes,
the alarm
hold on.
is great.
And you got to be in the 4s because that makes you like.
Well, that's when he gets up for here. That's
So,
true.
so then you see the Ferrari at night driving down the long driveway, making a left. The next shot is this gate open.
Even put it in electric mode. Put on there. Gotta have it in electric mode so I don't wake the family up.
Whatever.
You know what I mean? That's really funny.
Oh, yeah.
The gas at the very end.
And then the next shot shows the BRN gate opening. Then the next shot just shows him with a pair of headphones just doing this, and then boom. And then when he's in surgery, it actually you're shooting it from the back. You see Dan's back, and you see his team, but it looks like he's actually doing surgery.
Yep.
Then when he's when he pulls in the doctor mode, he's got a lab coat on,
I'm thinking, how do I do that?
and he's doing a Morpheus procedure.
How do I do that for the courtroom? I may go to the.
Walking out of the courtroom.
No, I know that. I'm
have the courtroom.
You can
I have a
literally.
hearing next week. I'm going to
no, hold
video
on,
myself
Jay,
when I do it all.
I know you can petition the court and ask if you block out 15 minutes to shoot a video. If you ask the court, they'll let you do it.
I probably could just ask the bailiff after my hearing very easily.
No, absolutely.
If I have a video come walking in and out of the door, he probably won't care.
They may have a media division that they allow.
I'm sure they wouldn't care.
There's some kind of mechanism.
Yeah.
It's not like federal court in New York.
No, they probably wouldn't let you do.
No, we're not the Supreme Court.
You're not, Dan. You're not going to do that in federal court. It's going to be state.
Right, or not New York either. New York doesn't let cameras in anything, I think. Which is so weird for New York. It's all about the media state.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of the Bubba Army. Now returns.
We often think about living a more heart-healthy lifestyle. That means making some huge, unsustainable changes. Well, it really isn't, my friend. Did you know over 120 pro and college teams use Super Beet heart chews? I bet you didn't know that. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle all in itself. Double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews and get a free month supply of Super Beet Heart Chews on all of your bundles. And also a free full-size bag of what, Lummy?
Turmeric.
That's all valued at $25. And you starts and stops and you get your order by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Now, it used to be, let me remember, it was like some other place.
Yep.
Like superbeats.com / but no. It's been changed so that the Bubba Army can show its strength, my friend. I got my own domain. Again, you can get this exclusive offer only at BubbaLovesBeats.com. Dan, I'm excited to shoot your new video.
I'm excited to play catch with you.
I just won. Do I get a double as your son? Hold on, you guys can shoot a whole nother video that Dan has an adult autistic son. And I'd be like, Daddy, Daddy,
something about Mary.
Yeah.
Daddy,
Yeah.
Mama, Daddy's home.
Daddy, that new kickoff is
And by the way,
stupid.
the reason why I'm outside is because Romina won't let me in.
It's an outdoor dog.
And I live with my dad in the carriage house. I'm not even allowed. I'm like Quasimodo. You know how they get. Was it the Elephant Man? I am still a man.
I'm the animal. I'm a human being.
Yeah, so like when the Diacos have the Christmas parties and the Thanksgivings and stuff, they have to always bring me a plate because I'm at the carriage house. I'm not allowed to be, I would scare Arlene to death. You know what I'm saying? No, actually, Arlene would be the only one that would let me in.
She likes you.
Yeah.
She'd rub you.
No, but Dan, if you had an autistic, kind of kid, the one that would be the nicest to that kid would be Arlene. She would be the nicest. She'd be like, listen, little, What would your autistic?
Oh, we have people on the spectrum in our family, and they're beautiful, wonderful, loving.
And
one
you
of my
was the nicest to 'em?
my favorite.
Dan's on the spectrum.
He is a little bit
on the other end. Dan, you
the
really
highly
Dan,
functional spectrum.
Dan, you really are on the spectrum,
There's no doubt.
like the genius spectrum.
No, but he's also a little bit on the ADHD.
I mean, the spectrum implies
Asperger.
autistic spectrum.
Dan, you're a
and
little.
so-
Well, Dan, we know we're talking about
We
life
used to call him
spectrum.
Rain Dan, though.
I mean, Dan, you are on this not of intellect, just of overall quirkiness.
Yes.
Yes, I'm a little crazy.
Hold on, you know what, Dan? You are like a cat. You're crazy.
Yes.
You know, like
cat.
Well,
Yeah.
here's like a cat.
Lion.
Cats are independent. They're pricks. Cats are
Aloof.
pricks.
Right.
They're real. Like a dog, you call it, it'll come up to you. If you got a good family dog, man, dogs just by nature, unless you're raising one to be a fight, unless you're Bubba Vick and I don't want to insinuate that I raise dogs like that. I'm just saying, unless you're Michael Vick and you're training the dogs to be fight and stuff like that. Most dogs have a loving, especially to their owners.
Right.
They love their owners more than
Yes.
anything in the world. And you know what? Your wife, when you come home, could really be mad at you, but that dog acts like he hasn't seen you for 15 years. He just loves the hell out of you. Does he not?
Yes, and it's great when you really pay attention to the dog that's really happy to see you, ignoring the wife that's got sort of indifferent to see you.
Right. She's like, I could really do without him not being here right now. But the dog's like, man, my master's home. He's back. It's that dog doesn't know that you just went out and robbed a bank and did really bad things. That dog just loves you to death. But a cat, on the other hand, most cats are aloof and they do their own thing and they beat to their they're kind of dicks.
Yeah,
and and then when you scratch a cat, if you scratch its back, it really likes it for a little bit, and then out of nowhere, with no warning, it'll nail you.
Right.
When it's over you scratching its back, it just doesn't stop and kind of stand up and move away. It just bites you. Kind of like you, Dan.
Mike Thurman, $50 for Dr. Dan's manly top.
Dr. Dan's what?
Manly top.
Manly top.
Because Babyface wears little boys' tops.
He does. These cute little shirts he wears.
He kind of does. He kind of does wear his little graminos, does he not?
right.
He does. I think he wears adult graminos.
He's
You know what I'm saying?
saving his money. He shops in the boys section at Target. That's cool.
Do you think he does?
Yeah. But it's the boys section? Yes. I don't know if it's Target. Maybe it's Walmart. I don't know, but it's the boys clothing.
One of these days, we've got to do our basketball game that we had planned.
Oh, I would love to.
Seth, talk about great content. Have we?
Can we redraft?
I don't know.
No, we're not redrafting. Get out of here.
What's the?
Come on.
Hold on. Let me.
You, me, and Dr. Dan.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I think it's Bubba, Dan, Lummy, and.
Well, we had the merch cricket.
Yeah, I mean, we had Anna,
Yeah, but we'll get rid of the merch crick if you get rid of Anna.
Yeah, I mean, we'll give you Lasker and we'll take Tom Bean.
Well, the team was
Tom Bean is
Seth.
they're both scrappy.
Why do you think I'm picking Tom Bean?
Well, the team was Seth, J, and Babyface versus Bubba, Lummy, Dr. Dan.
Hold on, Seth, J, and Babyface. And so we need two more players.
No, 3 on 3.
We got Mach.
Yeah, let's just do 3 on 3.
3 on 3 is an Olympic sport.
You're right, Seth. Seth, another one for Seth. So 3 on 3.
Yeah,
Bubba.
that's what it was.
Bubba, Dan, and Lummy taking on Seth, Jay, and Babyface.
And here's what we were suspecting. Dan and I would go after each other, but that's not may happen. It may be Lummy against me and then Dan against Brian, and that'll be an interesting one.
Well, let me see, Lummy. I'm going to match up myself
Do you
against
think,
probably.
Seth, do you
I think
post
I'm
up
going
on
to.
Bubba?
I'm going against Seth.
That's what I thought you guys would post
All right.
up on each other.
So then, Dan, I got you on. I got you on.
Preferably it would be us against each other, and then Lummy against Brian.
You can put Lummy against Brian. I can go against Brian because he's going to feel like a Italian boxer.
And then Lummy, who you going against?
Me?
Jay.
Yeah, I guess Jay.
I'm just gonna bounce off of him.
Jay, you're gonna have to guard Lummy.
I know.
He's just gonna posterize you every.
You're tall.
I mean, here's our play.
Jay's got length. Jay's got length.
Dan, here's our play. Hey team, guess what? Get the ball to Lummy. Dan, I don't care how good you are at outside shots. Bubba, I don't think if you're Larry Bird, just get it into Lummy. He towers over Jay. He'll look like Grape Ape just throwing it right in there.
Oh, yeah. I've been having a lot of assists.
That's
a lot
exactly.
of assists.
Perfect.
Ball into Lummy. Lummy just goes Grape Ape, boom, and just does it.
He's just gonna sit in the paint.
That's right.
Right? And little Jay is going to be down there like he's trying to swat a fly.
We'll double him down low, Jay.
Jay
don't
can
worry.
have all the hops he wants. You can't substitute size.
But then I just throw it out to Bubba and he just
we'll let Bubba take the threes all day. We'll let Bubba take the long range shots all day.
Okay.
We're stopping you in the paint.
That's it.
That's fine.
Seth can help me with the paint on the defense, and I think we'll be okay.
Let me,
I think we'll be fine.
So, I think my sister was here. We're all guys, and like, listen, maybe we leave some pee tracks around the toilet. Like, we don't really care. Like, bathroom cleanly. The bathrooms around here are clean enough. Like, we're not trying to act like we're at some 5-star resort or anything like that.
we go to the bathroom outside. Do you really care if there's a little dirt in a bathroom?
Yeah.
It's
So
irrelevant.
anyway, Tara, because she's a girl, she's like, oh my God, your guys' bathrooms are gross. So Lummy, I was like, screw that. Rather than make an employee clean that, I'll clean them. I'll clean the goddamn bathrooms, and I'll clean them the right way, because at the end of the day, Lummy, people can say what they want of me, but I used to clean bathrooms for a living. I was called Flush Gordon, Colonel of the Urinal. And I know how to clean a bathroom.
Yes, you do.
I did make a mistake, Lummy. Somebody did point out that usually you mop last. So I haven't cleaned a bathroom in such a long, and done a professional clean bathroom job in such a long time that the guy is right. You actually mop last. But listen, I got mopped nonetheless. And, a lot of people will be like, oh, no, Bubba's fallen so much now that he's got to clean bathrooms. Maybe, you know what? I can't afford the $300 or $400 a month, cleaning service fee to have somebody come in here and clean the bathrooms and do the trash. Merch Crick does the trash, and I'll start cleaning the bathrooms. And we all will just, we all kind of pitch in around here.
Yeah.
So this is me cleaning the bathrooms, and I was very, very frustrated at first because I'd had Lummy on 2 other assignments, and I needed him being a cameraman here because I was trying to juggle cleaning materials, my phone on a selfie stick, brushes, all types of stuff. All right, so hey, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm getting ready to clean the bathrooms.
I'm gonna be ready to call some guy that.
You doing what?
Ready to call some guy.
You gonna call some guy for what? See, listen, around here you have to speak Lummy. Did you see where I didn't understand what he said first, but he said something, so I had to have him repeat it, and then he pares that down to call some guy. And I love Lummy to death, but look at Lummy's eyes. He is absolutely hammered. Lummy is hammered. And Lummy, here's the thing. I love you being hammered at work.
Oh, thank you.
So
yeah, he looks hammered there.
He does. He looks hammered there. So here it.
This morning about some stuff we talked about this morning.
Kayfabe?
Kayfabe.
Business?
Kayfabe, yes, sir.
Okay. So here's. I knew that I had Lummy on a kayfabe project that was going to take about 5 minutes. So I thought maybe I could just do it myself. Bathroom. Okay. And this is a super fat Bubba Light, $1,200 Dyson that he gives us, and we keep this in this bathroom. All right. So just let me continuing on, just so we can show you some of the high spots. Take this
my
out.
God.
That's what I'm going to clean with. And it shows me getting the mop ready. Filling the mop bucket up, going back to the bathroom, squeegee out the. But I don't know what happened there. What happened? The lighting there. See how dirty it is.
You can see the dirt on the.
So cleaning out the bucket, doing it right way, wiping down the toilet. Take your dry. Boom. Wipe everything down. Wiping the toilet all down. Really getting in there good. Whew. Cleaning the bowl. Boom. Yes, how the mighty have fallen. That's how it's thumbed. And
It's not like you're fixing someone else's bathroom, dude. It's your bathroom. You're taking care of your own stuff. There's no shame in that.
Yeah, well, it's my own beach, right? I got a business that has 2 bathrooms and has 6 employees. Do you? No, bitch. About to get mine.
Should we keep peeing outside?
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, for all you
Save that bathroom.
for all you people that do want to pee outside, it does it takes less water. It takes less wear and tear on my bathroom, and it keeps my bathroom that one pee cycle cleaner.
I clean after myself, and I appreciate the cleanliness of it. This morning, it was very, very nice. It was a lovely urination I had.
You're like, man, hold on. I think I'm at Diaco Law. These are so clean.
It was immaculate in there.
It was.
I will
really
tell you,
was.
your guys' law office is immaculate.
Thank you.
You have to have a cleaning service because that place is immaculate, and it's all hardwood and marble, and that's hard to keep clean.
Bubba, did you see Seth's dance in that video? When you were cleaning?
Oh yeah,
it was pretty good.
Seth was being a real dick. Let me see if I can find him. Was it before this? Seth.
It was like 10:50.
10:50.
Yeah,
hang on here.
It's pretty sweet. He has some good moves, hip movements.
This is what Seth thinks.
I don't remember.
So
what
hold on. I often think, Seth, I like having you here.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you appreciate being here, but I think you maybe do. I think I actually think you're having fun. I really do. I think you get frustrated on some stuff, but I think creatively you feel that you're able to create more here. Less people are screwing with you. You're appreciated, and I think you're genuinely having fun.
Yes. I am.
And I don't know that you could, if Keith Lawless was cleaning the bathrooms over at Cox, that if you could give him a D-Generation X suck it. I don't know if you could do that to your boss over there.
No, probably not. Did I do that to you?
Oh yeah. So here I am clean. I'm working.
Yeah,
I'm actually getting a sweat going on here.
Working podcast boy. I'm out of here.
So I've been fucking struggling.
Here.
This fuck's been.
Oh, hold on.
Jeez.
I was just going for the dance.
Just look at that. That's the BRN right there.
Is it up? I can't see it.
Yeah, we can't see it.
All we see is
I'm
the
so sorry, guys.
I see a handsome woman.
Sorry. I am so sorry. My fault. Brad, why did you call me
Is that
out?
a butterfly?
No. It's Riddle OG.
Oh.
It's the Riddle OG.
Doing nothing.
Seth.
I'm off at 10.
Oh, 10 o'clock?
I'm going to go have some fun at the Rays game.
Look. Hold on. You're doing this. You're doing this to your boss, who is cleaning the bathrooms because you refuse to do anything else.
What?
Hold on. No. Your exact quote is, "I'm 10 o'clock boy." That's what you describe yourself as.
Well,
come on, buddy.
I got my long days and
I know
my short days.
I'm 10 o'clock boy. Listen.
Struggling. This doing nothing.
Seth.
I'm off at 10.
Oh, 10 o'clock?
I'm going to go have some fun at the Rays game.
Look at that dance.
What the hell?
Why don't you leave?
Hey, Seth, where are you sitting at, buddy?
I'm sitting on the top row. Come find me. Section 318, row double Z, baby.
By the way, I don't even know that there is a 318 double Z.
There's not, but let me try to trick me up to have the fans come find me.
Are you wearing that shirt?
I'm wearing this exact shirt. Come find me.
Look for him.
Don't stop looking for me.
I'm doing something important now. I'm mopping the bathroom. Then you go like this.
You snap back into it pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're just,
He was gone.
You're laser locked.
He's gone.
Yeah, well, at this point, I'm like, yeah, he's gone. That's Seth. He's far gone.
Yeah, out.
So what's up with, I'll let Dan. I'm going to see what Dan's opinion is. Dan, what's your opinion of this right here? How do you how do you interpret, or what data do you know about this women's boxing controversy?
Please be scientific if you can.
Imane Khelif is defined, or has been defined, at least through the media, as being intersex. And this is the gray area that really clouds the discussions on competition between genetic males and genetic females, because there's another version, and that is the intersexed person. These are the true transgender people. These are the people.
So these are the people that aren't doing it
born
for
like that.
For whatever reason. These are the people that are genuinely, if you could use the expression, born that way. These people are those people.
Correct.
And it's a very, very, very minute percentage of
it's less than 1% of the population.
Right, exactly.
Right. So it's a very small part of the population, and there's several different versions of it. One, and the most popular one, is what's called the androgen insensitive male, or testicular feminization. It's what allegedly Jamie Lee Curtis has, and that is when you are genetically an XY male, but your body doesn't have receptors.
Jamie Lee Curtis is an XY?
But your body doesn't have receptors for testosterone. So we all, in the uterus as we're developing, we all start off with a vagina.
Really?
If you're a boy, it eventually turns into a penis. If you're a girl, it stays a vagina. And without seeing testosterone, even though your body as an XY fetus is making testosterone, your body, because it doesn't have the receptors, does not form the penis in the male genitalia.
So that's what.
those
So
people-
so if you got your body, your little baby body, while you're inside your mom, while you're incubating, right? While they're
Right.
while you're making,
right?
While you're being made, your body is creating testosterone. Now, whether you have the receptors to accept that testosterone and turn that vagina into a penis is what makes you this or that.
Correct. And so they become what's really called a true hermaphrodite, which has parts
Now,
of both genders.
Do you think that this particular boxer potentially might be a hermaphrodite?
Yes. Now there's other versions of it, and there's some people that are chimeric, where they have some XY chromosomes and some like XX chromosomes, and that's even a smaller subset. That's like 1 in a million, 1 in maybe 10, or I'm sorry, 1 in like 100,000. It's super, super, super rare. The androgen insensitive males / testicular feminization is much more common.
In all the Olympics, and I'm sorry, the Paris Olympics, and all the games of the 2024 Paris Olympics, is this I think that the Olympic Committee has the rule where men cannot be transitioning and compete in a female division. I think they have that rule. Well, but this is the subsect. This is the loophole in that rule.
Well, there's a couple
right?
rules here. First of all, this person, this Imane Khelif, was banned from the International Boxing Organization because of high levels of testosterone, and because again some of them have still undescended testicles in their
Gonads.
abdomen, producing testosterone, and with no receptors, it just keeps producing testosterone because there's no feedback mechanism. So some of these people have really high testosterone levels,
which makes them very, very
strong.
I mean,
faster,
strong,
taller.
and just makes them more like a man.
Right, taller,
I mean,
stronger, faster.
Testosterone
Right.
is the go juice that makes you a man. Estrogen is the go juice that makes you a woman. I mean, barbarically, right?
Yes. To
Barbarically.
simplify it, correct.
Yeah,
yes.
just to simplify it, women create us. I think we all create both, but if you're a man, you create more testosterone than estrogen, and if you're a woman, you create more estrogen than testosterone. Correct?
Correct.
So what's the chances that two people are for the Olympics in boxing?
No, is that what they are too?
There's two of them. Lin Tu Ting from Taiwan.
And are they both from the same country?
No, one's from Taiwan and she's from where?
Algeria.
Because again, they are on that gray area, and because they do have an advantage, they have excelled at their sports, and that's why they're at the top of their sport. And some countries and some boxing organizations turn their eyes to this, and some are less sensitive to it.
Is it short-sighted just to say it's a man, keep him out?
But I don't think he's really a man. It's
like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying it's very gray.
If this person has a vagina, then genitally, this person's a woman.
But she also had testicles.
Right. But she's got testicles. And Dan, don't they have a level of acceptable women's testosterone levels?
Yes.
I'm sure all women athletes take a little bit of test just to get the edge, but they know
there's a level.
What they know. I mean,
they didn't release the results of her testosterone test though. They said it was high, but they didn't say how high it was.
Macho Man, can I ask you a gym question? Well, back here wiring stuff up for the gym. Speaking of which, is Macho Man in the edit bay?
We were getting feedback proof, sorry.
Okay, so at the gym, do bodybuilder chicks and things like chicks that are really, really, really trying to compete on the pro level, is it uncommon for women to take a small amount of testosterone if they're bodybuilding?
Oh, absolutely. That's the only way they can do it.
And so, they do.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
unless they're doing a fitness competition, that's different.
Right, exactly. Fitness is not nearly the bulkiness that testosterone builds. Testosterone builds that bulky, strong muscle. Fitness, whereas they're just trying to look lean and in shape, right? I think so. So, I mean, Dan, if this woman has, I know the normal male, I know my blood levels. I just got them last week. is from 300 to 1100. That's what the normal male testosterone. Now, that's a big window. That's a big window. And you don't want to be 300. You want to be 991 like me. Makes you real irritable and a real silverback gorilla. And so, I mean, Dan, what if this, I mean, listen, one time, Hogan and I, we did a little too much test one week, and we went in there and got checked right after we did our shots, and Hogan tested like 22,000. And Dr. Proper had to call us back and say, Terry, you need to wait 2 weeks and go get retested, because right now they don't even believe that you're a human. They think we went to Busch Gardens and got the testosterone level of a gorilla.
Jeez.
So lay off the test, Hootie. So I'm just saying, like, what do you think, Kurt? I mean, Dan, do you think she's got the testosterone levels of a man?
Yeah, very close.
She's got the jawline of one.
Yeah, I mean, she does. I mean,
It looks like me.
So
that's what we said yesterday.
It does. It looks like you put a weave on me, and me in that red outfit, I could look just like her.
No, don't say that you could beat her, because I bet you she beat your ass.
Yep. Yeah, bigger
Can the bitch outsurf you? No.
No.
But can she whip your ass? Yeah.
I would not want to fight
Can she
her.
come up and take your surfboard? Yeah.
Yep. Have it. You can have this.
Isn't she like 6'1"?
Did you see the fight? It was so sad because the girl literally got to her knees and wept.
Yeah.
Because there was no chance that she was going to do anything. 2 hits, and it was like,
Now,
this
it's
is
unfair,
I'm
man.
done.
It's unfair. Certain sports.
Is Trump, Dan, don't get off your MAGA knees and just answer this intellectually.
I didn't answer this. This was talk. I was commenting on the other stuff.
Okay, I know, but I'm going to ask you a question now.
Oh, okay.
Is Trump uninformed and somewhat fake news clickbaity if he says keep men out of women's sports? Donald Trump joins the outrage in this Imane Khelif boxing victory when realistically this is not that.
But it still is.
Well, it's
But it
not,
still is. It's XX.
Genetically, that person is a man genetically.
Still.
And so, you can argue all you want.
Saying, I mean,
he's got
but he doesn't have
both genitalia.
He doesn't have legal standing over the International Olympic Committee.
No, he's just talking about America.
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, in America, right? I mean, like,
Right.
does the president of the United States, Dan, have the power to control a state's boxing commission?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
But what they did was they changed the rules of Title IX through executive order, which went into effect yesterday, which now makes it okay for men to compete in women's sports. And Title IX was originally
Hold on.
designed, as you
Lummi,
know it.
How many more years of eligibility do you have at USF? One?
Yeah, I got one.
Let's put you on the
Go
softball.
back. Let's do it.
Go, Lummi, we'll shave you up, put some lipstick on you, and you're going to be on the softball team, okay?
And the rugby team.
Lummi will be hitting dingers.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be the Mark McGuire of USF girls softball.
Give me some tests.
So hold on, you're saying that the Democrats do this quick pass test gimmick deal?
Yep.
Where now it's legal for men to compete in girls' sports.
By executive order only. And what Donald Trump's saying is he's going to change that, and then hopefully Congress would make some kind of a law preventing it with colleges. And what he's saying is, I'm not giving any federal money to any school or any institution that does this.
And Bubba, the shame of it is that women really fought for decades.
That's the whole deal.
To have some real representation in scholastic athletics, and they finally got it. And women's scholastic athletics has done nothing but grown and grown, and more women are becoming athletes because they see that there is a path to a potential scholarship, and also because they become better students as athletes, and they become better employees as athletes, and better citizens as athletes, because people that are academic and are athletes tend to do better in life.
Yeah.
And now that all these women that we spent so many decades trying to give them some real legitimacy in college sports are getting slammed, literally and physically slammed by genetic males that are prematurely being accepted as females in female sports.
It's not even fair. So anyway, I tell you what is fair, and that's the very much ballyhooed and infamous Creative Loafing Awards, Lummi, in Tampa, Florida. Yes, we are a global brand, and we're not even. I mean, we're heard. Yes, we're heard on AM 820, 98.3 over in Pinellas County. We don't really know terrestrially how good we do in Tampa because the ratings company doesn't rate us because the owner of AM 820, Bruce Minority, doesn't buy the ratings because, it's super duper expensive and it's, becoming
sell without it.
Yeah, it's becoming less,
Bruce
you
is
can,
cool.
You can roll up to an advertiser and say, this radio show has this type of digital impact. I'm just saying digital can be proved, can be statistically tracked, and can be a big, big influencer on where people put their advertising dollar. I guarantee you that Diaco Law spends more money digitally than it does terrestrially.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Time.
For sure.
So, Lummy, I don't know how we put all these as part of one post or like what, but see, during this time, all radio personalities in Tampa and restaurants and just everybody, there's this thing called the Best of the Bay. And I've won it a lot over the years when I was, heard on 98 Rock and The Bone and what have you. I think even on Bubba 98.7, Lummy, I won it.
I think you did one or two times.
The Bubba Army is good. I know God is good for a lot of you, but the Bubba Army is my God. The Bubba Army is good. And Lummy, we have some fanatical Bubba Armies that just know how to do stuff. And I don't know who did all this stuff. If it was a combination of, I would say probably a bunch of Bubba Armies that got together. And it's kind of a rib. And it would really, really, really shake the Tampa terrestrial market up if we, by the way, Lummy, they, Lewis, the great Lewis, what's the
Warthog?
The Warthog 61 on X.
Mike Thurman, $20.
Don't know how he did it, Lummy. Don't know how he did it. But he got us nominated for 21 categories. And some of them are just absolutely outrageous. And it's funnier than hell. And if I win, it will even be if any of us win. I mean, Merch Crick is nominated for Best Customer Service. I mean, me and Merch Crick are potentially our best couple. I mean,
oh wow, I won that.
awesome.
I won that in 17.
I won it in I won it in 16.
Nice.
I won it in 16. You won it in 17.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm gonna go through these and listen. I'm gonna ask you, Bubba Army. I'm not gonna bug you every day about it. I think I only mentioned the nomination process one time.
Yeah.
So I'm only going to mention it one time, but I know the Bubba Army is so strong that I wouldn't be surprised that we win a lot of these awards.
That'd be great.
If this award process is honest and everybody does get, counted correctly, I wouldn't be surprised that we win at least 10 of the 21. I'm going to go through all. It's just because it's just so funny, some of the categories that Lewis didn't leave a lot of stones unturned. And so I'm going to go through them. Lummy, how can we get this out as far as, I think it's only a week. It's only a week worth of voting.
It's a month.
Oh, okay. Is it a month?
Started yesterday and goes to the end of the month.
Okay. So we need to come up with something that has all of these categories, like maybe a link to, maybe a post that has a link to every one of these categories, and the Bubba Army just goes in there and just votes like a mother effer, and we win. Seth Kushner is nominated for Best Mover and Shaker of Tampa Bay.
Yes.
Seth Kushner.
I don't even leave the house.
Hey, Cox, suck it. I don't move and shake, and I still won the Move and Shake award. Bitch.
Move and shake for my room.
I mean, he moves and if it would have said best, sports card collector, that's something I could believe in.
Yeah.
Best mover and shaker on a guy that doesn't move and shake. The only move and shake he does is the suck it G generation move to his boss while he's leaving early.
Deepest apologies.
So Lummy, we got to somehow see if we can get all these in one so they're not, you know what I'm saying?
I'm looking at the site now.
All right. Here are the categories that we are nominated for. And you Bubba Army, man, what do you go to, Lummy? CLTampa.com?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you go. CLTampa.com. And we are on the following categories. And do you know how mad? Listen, I could care less where we win or not. No, let me take that back. I'd like to win. I'd like to win so that everybody in Tampa says, oh, my God, globally, you can't even touch him. He got his global audience to vote, and he won, 11 of 21 categories. I mean, Seth Kushner's the number one mover and shaker of Tampa, Florida.
That'd be a dream come true.
I mean, god dang, he does have a cult. Bubba Army strong. So let me hear. Hold on. Best filmmaker, Rhett the Filthy Ginger Matthew. Two clicks down.
That's my vote.
There you go. Here are some of the categories I'd like for you people to consider. Best Cosmetic Surgery Center. Diaco Institute of Plastic Surgery, buddy. Fourth on down, Danny. See, Danny, they didn't leave any stone unturned. Best doctor for a nip tuck, Dr. Dan Diaco. Diaco Institute of Plastic Surgery. Dan, I'm thinking if you win, you're going to go accept the award, too. I know how you are. Best podcast, Operation Pigmentation.
There you go.
I can't get Rio and Craig this plaque fast enough. Because they would have it right there at the shop, and Craig would be like, I'm going to tell you right now, man, we're best. Like, Craig would be a walking salesman.
I haven't had Best Podcast since 2017, so it's been a while.
And that's one of the reasons why you left, was to develop podcasts. Am I not right?
Yeah, this was my baby.
And 6 months in, you're already winning Best Podcast. Seth Kushner is a goddamn mover and shaker, bitch, about to get his.
I mean, I do want to win this one. Those guys deserve it.
Best radio show, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Woo!
I'm going against the Moss Jelton Show. I'm going against the Big Gay Radio Show, Stand Up for News, St. Pete Music Radio, Mike Calta Show, The Power Hour, 99.5 QIK, Bobby Bones, and the Honky Tonk Show on 95.1 Thunder. I mean, there's only one obvious choice there, ladies and gentlemen. Best store staff. I'm sorry. Yeah, best store staff. So, this would be like the people that are nicest to you when you go to the store. I don't know how Lewis did it. You hogwart you, but you warthog. But he got Erica Hernandez, BubbaArmyStore.com as best customer service. Best CEO. They put Tara in there.
Nice.
Tara
Nice.
Zidane, Brundrich Medical Group. Best couple. Bubba the Love Sponge and the Merch Crick. Hell yeah. Best mover and shaker, Seth Kushner, BTLS Show. Best networker, Warren Lummox Garrison, BTLS Show. Best personality to follow on Twitter, Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Best radio personality, Bubba the Love Sponge. Best...
This is awesome.
They didn't... Again, God dang you... The warthog, you stud. You absolute stud to get us in all this. I'm sure you organized your warthog army. Thank you, the warthog army out there.
I think he's the only one in the army. He's been tagging us, and every day he voted for the last month.
Yeah. I know. And he's got the warthog army doing it too.
Well, now there's about to be a warthog army.
So listen, man, Bubba Army, we need this, man. We need this as a rib. We need this to rip.
Well, let's get this one. Let's get this award.
We need all of them. But this is one that I'm pulling for, too. Best black-owned business. Latin Sons, St. Petersburg, home of Operation Pigmentation. Best attorney.
That's
no. I know that this is going to create some friction, but I'm sure, Dan, that they
Lewis,
were just...
you need to work better, Warthog.
I'm sure, Dan, they were just trying to spread it out. Kevin's not mentioned either. Neither.
Nope.
So
his partner is, though.
Who?
Look at Charles Meisner Hazlett. See that? Caitlin right there below it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But so I'm sure, Dan, that the people that were
going to
making...
win 19 out of 20. That's okay.
No, that they were making... As they were making the list, and everybody that's on the show, they were trying to throw them a bone. And since they had the Diaco covered on the surgery deal, they threw Brian a bone.
Right.
Okay. Right. Best barber, Latin Sun St. Pete. Best barber shop, theoretically, Seth, they could bring home 3 or 4 awards. Like they were Michael Jackson at the Grammys.
They'd go
You know what I'm
crazy.
saying?
Dude, the Bubba Army donated over 160 backpacks to their back-to-school bash on Sunday, where they're giving out backpacks to all the kids that can't afford them. By the way, during the tropical depression, they are still giving out the backpacks.
Nice.
So from 1 to 3, I'll be there if you're poor.
Perfect. Best customer service, Eric Hernandez, Bubba Army Store. Oh, let me it's looking like now where you can vote. I could vote on these. Do you see
Those
where?
are screenshots,
Those
Bubba.
screenshots, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
You
So
can't
sorry.
vote. You
I'm
got to
so
log
stupid,
in, though.
man. Hold on. The Bubba, I'm sorry. The Warthog didn't forget anybody.
I forgot Jay.
Best
No, he did
drone.
next one. I'm feeling better.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
there
feeling
you
better.
go. Yes.
Feeling better.
Say,
Warthog,
that's
thank
right.
you, buddy.
Say, you're starting to feel a little better.
Feeling a little better.
Anxiety's coming back down.
It's fine.
Not hyperventilating. Best drone operator. Top of the list. Bitch, he better win. Ty J. Armstrong. Hell yeah. Best law firm. Third one down. Diaco Law.
There we go.
And there you go. There you go.
That's awesome.
That is impressive because Seth, it's
The Warthog did not forget anyone.
It takes quite a bit to just get nominated.
Oh, man. Macho Man.
Macho. We forgot Macho. Best producer.
Best arms.
Best arms.
Best engineer. Did they have Macho? Was there a best radio engineer?
What
division?
No.
We need to make sure there is next
They
year.
they knocked down a lot of the radio ones over the last couple of
Yeah,
years.
they should. Radio's becoming less important.
But it could be online engineer.
He's just the best of everything.
He is.
I love him.
Should we put the Warthog in the Hall of Fame and give him a ring?
I don't know. You might.
Let's see how many wins.
I mean, you know what? The Warthog.
Amazing.
Warthog. I don't know. I don't know if I'd put you in the Hall of Fame, but I might give you a BARP invitation with a free ring if you could get this pulled. If you can pull this off, Warthog.
And feel free to text Seth daily about it.
Oh no! Feel free to get a hold. Feel free. I know. Feel free to get a hold of us all. Use every resource. Every resource, and anybody knows on how to do this. Do it. We've got to win these awards. Lummy, we've got to win these awards.
Got to win these.
Got to win.
This is part of our overall, create great content, really shove it up the locals. Right?
Yes.
This shows everybody. Papa doesn't need Tampa. Papa's global, bitch, about to get his.
Well, these are Tampa-based awards, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm just saying, if we don't have a big presence in Tampa, but we win, what does that say about our presence? It's bigger than Tampa. Dan, see, you're on the spectrum, dumbass.
Mike Thurman, $50.
Still reject that reasoning, but
So Lummy, shine something up. Get me a post. We can, I want to put it on our Facebook. I want to have a link for our Instagram. Twitter, X, Facebook, everything. Lummy, are you working on that as the executive producer? Is it harder than it is? Is it hard? Is it hard?
Yeah, it's hard. It's gonna take time, but we'll get it done.
Okay. You act like you're mad about it.
You told me I'm working on it. I'm talking with Macho right now about it.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get it done for this weekend.
Okay, no problem. Sorry
No
I'm
problem.
a little irritable. I'm on a sugar dump from those goddamn pancakes.
yeah, but wasn't today a happy day? Today's been a great day. Don't you
True.
think? It's been a happy day.
Yeah, a happy day.
It's been a happy day. It's been a pleasant day. I'm leaving here in a good mood.
I think we've had 3 good shows in a row this week.
It's been a happy day.
Yeah.
Money's been decent, and we're pretty much. God dang, we got an opportunity to employ the biggest mover and shaker of Tampa, Florida. The best couple, the best plastic surgeon, the best law firm, the best lawyer, the best podcaster, best barbershop,
networker,
best CEO, best filmmaker, best everything.
Best black-owned business, you sluts.
Best black-owned business, you sluts. Let me get it, please.
Hey.
Tell me what I got to do, okay, buddy?
Hey,
K5.
Bubba.
What?
I don't think he's going to be able to get you 20 links. I think he could get you 1 link, and then they could just go vote for the categories.
That's what we're working on.
It's going to be a 1 link Willie.
Yeah, it's gonna be 1 link
That's
that links
fine.
all
But let me-
18
but
into
let-
one.
But let me just, if it's just a 1 link Willie, make sure that the verbiage says, please scroll down and make you put the
vote for all categories.
Well, you say
no, it's going to be a main link that we control,
right?
And when you click on the link that it shows all 19 links.
Oh my God! You know what? Macho Man is really back there wiring some stuff up, isn't he?
That's what we're talking about.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
do a set real fast before I leave, though.
You better.
I can be your hero, baby. Fuck yeah. Just me. All right, 37 minutes left. What up, Thorough Man? Takes Bits podcast out today. We'll get the weekly wrap up show up there. I might do another podcast. What's up, Thorough Man? What's up, Mitch? Might throw another one up there. Fuck yeah, Mitch. Tell the guys I said what's up. I gotta get down there, man. Overdue. Bright Farm, what's up, dude? I think I haven't talked to you in like 2 weeks. Yeah, Mitch, make sure the guys. Craig told me they're still gonna do the giveaway. They're still gonna give away everything on Sunday. So hopefully they know exactly whatever the situation is.
Can't. Just cartilage.
Thank you, Fat Pig. And we
short cartilage core. Say it.
That's it. Short
everybody that
you got a better core than Danny.
Right now, I do.
Does it? Is your core affected by how much you are surfing?
100%. Yeah.
Like if you go like.
If I come off of
What's the
Mexico
longest tenure that you usually go?
The longest I ever did was a couple of weeks, but when I come off like a Mexico trip of a whole week of just surfing.
No. What's the longest down period?
Oh, not working out a couple
surfing.
months, 2 months.
So
3
like
months.
when you get towards that 60th day or so,
I'm skinnier, I'm a little softer.
But when you've been boarding for a straight week or two, it's just
everything comes back pretty quickly. At this point, I'm lucky. I don't know
Seth
how
was
much
saying.
longer this
Seth was saying
work.
his core responds the same way.
Big E, did you donate to get a mention?
I think too many people give up on themselves, Bubba, before it's time to give up on them. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you still work out, you still do a lot.
Yeah, I still.
I'm not necessarily aware of everybody that
strong.
donates.
But don't you
Most of the
still
people
feel like
reach out to
if
me,
you
I'm
work
sorry.
out, you can gain muscle?
Thanks for donating that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that one day that's not going to happen anymore.
For real?
That's going to
What
suck.
up, Dan Wiz?
So seven. Seven's got to be what we say 40.
He's not in here.
Okay. So we got to get through a couple articles here.
Big Lunger, Mike Thurman. Good morning, everybody.
What was that for?
I don't know.
What's up, Grouper Lips? Steve.
All right.
Sicilian Redneck. What's up, everybody? Snizuki. How you doing? What's up, Hoss 83? Mitch, the Fat Pig. What's up, everybody?
Thanks, Dre. I appreciate it, man.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
What up, Kostika?
Kostika. What up? Sup, White Iced Tea?
Steven.
Yeah, Mitch, though, 2 days ago when Medina got that 9.9 was unbelievable. Best picture of the Olympics.
My bad, Big E.
What's up, Steve? The
You're good.
Man.
Shout out to Big E. Guy, I'll just say, man.
Muffler.
I feel like a lot of jokes don't translate. Not that it's anybody's fault. I just feel like it's just the internet.
Yeah, that 9.9 was amazing.
What up, Shane? Hey, Bright Farm. Wait, I think somebody sent a bunch of. Somebody sent all the numbered pencils. Like 0 through 10.
Sometimes your humor's like Dennis. What the hell's that guy, the really cerebral guy?
Hoffer.
No.
Miller?
Dennis Miller, yeah. You say things sometimes it just takes a second for it to translate for people. Honestly. Sometimes it takes me a second and then I'm like, that was funny.
Yes, probably 940.
And that's a compliment. I like Dennis Miller.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's why it knocked. I thought Jake could hear me.
Well, yeah, we're getting those tanning goggles. Where are? Oh, here. I got my tanning goggles right here.
Buddy.
I was gonna.
Who sent these? Scout Big Gold?
Yeah.
They did, yeah. Always got the goggles handy.
Rudy from Florida, the next one. Not jokingly.
They're all great.
Listener-supported Sponge, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Lovey will have you a link, or Macho will, or Red will, or the Warthog, or something, Lummy, and that will link you to all the categories and awards that we could potentially win on the Best of the Bay deal. It's a Tampa local thing here, but we want to roll up in there as a non-Tampa show, clean up, look like Michael Jackson at the Grammys, got black guys doing podcasts, best barbershop, best mover and shaker, best customer service, best CEO, best law firm, best lawyer, best radio personality, best podcast, best person to follow on Twitter. All of that and more. You can go to cltampa.com, and it has all the categories. Tara's on there, Jay's on there, I'm on there, Latin Sons are on there, Lummy's on there, Ty J's on there, Rhett the Filthy Ginger's on there. Remember, Lummy, when Michael Jordan's son Marcus was dating Scottie Pippen's ex?
Yeah, Larsa Pippen.
Supposedly and he's a young man, is he not? He's like in his mid-20s, isn't he?
No, he's in his 30s now. Maybe
he's 33.
Okay.
Yeah, she's 49.
She was. Yeah, it was a big age difference. But I guess they broke up, and now have you seen who he's with now?
Yeah.
Look at that. That is an up girl. Woof. But you can tell she's highly filtered. I hate these chicks that are just so highly filtered. Be like, bitch, nobody has that clearest of skin. Like, stop. I want to have an app that doesn't allow filtering. Probably go broke, won't you?
Yeah, I was like, anyone's gonna download it.
I don't like the filters.
Yeah, I don't either. But look,
Maybe
he went from Scottie Pippen's ex, who's 49, to this what she looks about 23, 24.
Oh, no, she's probably about 30.
God.
Look
at those knocks.
I sent you her Instagram.
Oh, she's got an Instagram?
Yes.
I mean, of course. How do you think they met?
True. That's how everybody
Hey,
meets.
you're hot and I'm Michael Jordan's son. Let's bang.
She lives in Orlando.
She does?
Yes.
Is this her?
Yeah, because Marcus went to UCF.
It's a little cartoony, isn't it not?
Yes.
Hold on. Is this even the same person?
Yeah, it's Ashley Stevenson.
But
she's got dark hair.
Dark hair. in
This one compared to that one? Did she lose 20 pounds for this pick and gain 22 there?
I don't know. We can't. Those lips are horrible.
And that ass is high. Looks like a thoroughbred.
Big E 25.
Minotaur.
I don't know about this one. I don't think she's nearly as hot as
Larsa Pippen?
No, I think she's better. I mean, in the pictures.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll move on because we have to get to the lightning round. You don't forget.
That's right.
Jay, we have this new thing where we break at 9:40, and then we just blow through all the articles that we didn't get to.
I like it.
And we can only elaborate 1 minute on each article.
Okay.
We just thought
in the right balance because
I like
I've never seen anything so forewarned.
I know where this is coming from, Lummy.
Chain Zerm up. $20.
Senator Mike Braun, thanks for joining us. A pleasure having you on.
Oh, no.
I don't even know where it's... Okay, there you go. Thank you, Senator. Now, this is the guy that supposedly was touched by... Isn't this part of that sex scandal deal, Lummy?
With Mr. Beast?
Chris Tyson?
With Mr. Beast?
Yeah, the Chris Tyson.
Now, is this the guy? Is this the victim, or is this the bad guy?
No, Chris Tyson's a female now.
So what's this?
This is somebody just giving an update on TikTok.
Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast used me and manipulated me and did very inappropriate things with me.
No, he's this guy. I think this guy might have...
He's the victim, huh?
While I was about 15 years old. I was actually friends with Lava GS at the time, who is the main victim of Chris that everyone has been talking.
And here's the deal. I'm not saying that this guy didn't get wrongfully touched or molested or something like that from this guy, But when you're a grown adult and you're going back to when you were 15, I mean, at 15, you certainly have your wits about yourself to be able to tell somebody. It's not like you're 6 and, when these monsters touch these 5 and
They're
6 year olds,
embarrassed.
they're like,
your
well,
15-year-old could be embarrassed. It's horrible. No, I mean, I don't know about that. If it was my 15-year-old, I'd want a lot.
Talking about these last few days.
No, but I want my 15-year-old to tell me.
I would too, but I understand why probably some 15-year-olds don't have that kind of relationship with their parents.
I understand.
Claims he isn't a victim, but we all know he is, and we all know he probably got paid off. Not only that, but he's also under an NDA from when he worked for Mr. Beast Gaming for 2 years, and he tried to get me to join Mr. Beast Gaming himself, Lava. He's the one who actually sent me the contract and tried to get me to sign the NDA, at which point I ended our friendship because I knew they were just trying to silence me. Me and him were both initially involved in running Chris's Discord server, helping him set up his Twitch streams and moderating them.
So is this guy saying that he was touched and molested by this guy, or is he just saying he was almost lured into this dark group that this guy?
He said they were grooming him.
Nate's calling me. Hey, what's up? You're on stream.
You just leaked your address. Please end your stream. As well as other technical back-end things that he needed help with. This Discord server that we were a part of had about 10 people in it, most of whom were minors. I'm not sure how they got in there, other than me and Lava. He won a giveaway, and Chris invited him after that, and Chris invited me after.
Is Chris the Beast, or is Chris the guy who worked for the Beast?
Chris is the
Works
guy.
for the Beast.
Yeah.
Jimmy's
I
the
saw
Beast.
one of his tweets asking for help setting up a Gary's Mod server for the 10 million subscriber Mr. Beast video. This turned into us having lots of private conversations with Chris and playing video games with him for hours on end. Not only did we do a lot of unpaid work for him that he promised he would pay us for, he would also frequently bring up sexual topics that was definitely not appropriate to bring up around 15, 16-year-olds, especially with him being like, I don't know, 20, 21 years old. He would even go as far as linking me.
Now, hold on. When you're 15 and 16, because you're going through it right now, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, listen, if it's
not a 35-year-old.
If it's a 35-year-old, 40-year-old, that's one. But if a guy that's 20, 21, he's just trying to be that cool dude for the younger guys where he's, kind of experienced, like maybe gotten laid and can tell them how the chicks are, or he's drinking a few beers and like done some, some scandalous type stuff like that. I don't.
And older kids do that for
they
sure.
do, absolutely.
Well, I guess he would make them call him daddy, or pretty much daddy.
Several different.
That's a little weird.
Well, that's
corn.
Unless it's your girlfriend.
And hentai videos throughout the time of me talking with him. Not only that, but he had an NSFW bot in his Discord server before he made it public. So when it was just a private server, his little...
I've seen enough. I don't know what this is all about.
It's really, Bubba, it's just they're a bunch of perverts, and it's crazy for people that work on the internet professionally and are millionaires that have made money off it, still talk to kids online and leave a paper trail.
It's like the Jared of 2024, Bubba, is what it really is. It's a guy.
But you're right, Seth. The people that are in the business that know that, like, there's nothing that you can do privately if you're doing something on the internet, for the most part, and you're talking to kids... And you're in the internet business. Like, you should know better. Right?
Yeah, yes. That's why these people are very stupid.
Tonight, video showing an unruly passenger allegedly causing a flight to...
Lummy, I am so looking for this.
Oh, for what guy?
To be the good guy. when you gotta, aren't you, Jay?
Yes.
Like, there's a guy who's just over the top, unruly, drunk, just needs to be either his ass beat or duct taped to his chair. I want the flight attendant to go, sir, can you help us with this? And be like, gladly.
Mm-hmm.
It's open season at that point, ain't it?
I mean, you do what you got to do to
Bird
restrain
to Salt
them.
Lake City.
A federal grand jury today indicted the New Jersey man. News specialist Lauren Steinbrecher is live outside the federal courthouse to explain what he's accused of doing on board. Lauren?
Dean and Mike, this man's alleged behavior was so bad that court documents said it was threatening the lives of himself and other passengers, also saying that other passengers jumped in to restrain him until that flight landed here in Salt Lake City.
Video shows flight staff trying to control a screaming man locked in the bathroom aboard an American Airlines flight between Seattle and Dallas in mid-July.
Hey, did you record that?
That man is identified in a federal grand
What kind? They got some medieval handcuffs on this dude. Did you see him?
jury indictment filed Wednesday
He's not
as
getting out of those things.
26-year-old Eric Gapko of New Jersey. Documents saying he allegedly assaulted and intimidated a flight attendant, tried to open the aircraft exterior doors multiple times mid-flight, vaped on board, and bothered other passengers. Passengers apparently take matters into their own hands, helping flight crew tie up his hands and feet while the flight diverts to Salt Lake City.
Look at that badass old man.
I'd have him in a rear naked choke man escorting
Say
him out.
potato, I say potato.
Where video shows Salt Lake City police escorting Gapko off and to jail.
I'm the new generation.
He's insane.
The charges Gapko was
Battery is on some bad Delta 9.
indicted on today, interference
Assaults.
with a flight crew and attempting to damage an aircraft. He is going to make his initial.
And Jay, all that's federal and all that's no. I mean, you can do some state stuff, and but man, when they put it fed.
We open a plane door. I mean, is it?
Yeah.
Are
Oh,
you
yeah.
getting? Is it over for you?
He's
I
going
bet
to be
you-
on no-fly list. He's going to have difficulty ever getting
And
on a plane again.
and I wouldn't be surprised he does 3 to 5 years.
He should.
You know?
Yep.
This is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy.
Look at Joe.
What?
Look at Joe.
Oh my God.
I just want you to look at Joe. I mean, great. Kamala's great, but just look at Joe. Who's this?
And understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of
what she said.
Wow, Bubba, it's the story is that she is so. She says nothing. Like if you notice,
Right. She's always like word salad girl.
Oh, it's
is
big.
she not?
Look, it's big time. Like that's why Joe's super confused because
I
we're
think
all
Joe's
confused.
sleeping. Joe looks like he's sleeping.
Joe actually is sleeping right now. Be quiet. Don't wake Gramps.
and strengthening alliances. This is an incredible day.
Oh my God.
This is just extraordinary.
Yeah, remember the one excerpt where she says, "Tomorrow is today, and today is tomorrow,
Yeah.
but tomorrow
Yes.
will always be today. So live for tomorrow." What?
Have you noticed there has not been a single interview of her or anything impromptu other than a rally since she was announced as the candidate? Whereas they were putting Joe Biden in front of every media outlet they could for an unscripted, see if he can do it with an unscripted interview.
I can't
They
wait for
haven't done that to her yet.
Listen, the election.
Because Seth, she'll do what you're talking about. She'll start talking rhymes.
The election's going to come down to, I promise you, it's going to come down to who she picks as vice and the debate between her and Trump.
It's going to be.
That's where it comes down to. We'll do speed round. We got 1, 2, I don't know. We got about 5, 6 to blow through.
There we go.
Okay?
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
I know. Well, it's all about community banking, because in this bank we need, more community-owned banks, because the banking industry is about the community. I don't think they will, Jonesy. I think that's the thing, is they're going for the basement run with her now. And that's, again, you don't have to be MAGA or Democrat or Republican, just be an observer, an honest observer, and look at what's happened with the news cycle and see if it's the same thing that they were doing to Joe Biden. It's not.
All right.
Jonesy, I'm waiting to see what the DNC looks like. They say there's going to be 100,000 anti-Israel protesters outside the DNC. That's a lot of disruption. Say what, on the boardwalk of Ocean City, New Jersey, it feels like Trump's going to win, Bubba. They say maybe he's going to maybe do Jersey. Every store has Trump everything in it, all along the boardwalk. I was blown away. There's flags everywhere.
I agree with that, McGinnis. Michael? I fear you may be right, CK. I'm just wondering what their October surprises
What's up, Johnny K? Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
What's up, Highway 73? Good morning. Hope you guys all have a good weekend. Morning, Captain Hawkeye.
Hey, Bubba, I know you got the Fast and the Furious. I just wanted to see if you wanted to talk to Colton.
Is he here?
He's here, yeah. I figured if you wanted to talk to him on the show.
Yeah, just have him. Don't have him. I'll call him in.
Okay. All right, let me just make sure he's in the area.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, I hate to see that, though, no matter what, Jonesy. That's not the way I wanted to win. I think that may be just a sign, hopefully, of the market seeing how bad this last 5 months is going to be.
Let me ask something real quick. Oh, he's not in here. Oh, yeah, nobody's sitting there. Yeah. Yeah, you're good. I'm sorry, I thought, yeah.
Sitting on his old place.
Yeah, no, I thought that was taken for a second, so I couldn't do the math. Is he asking for headphones? I told him, I said I think you'll really hear Bubba without him. Adios, Shane. This will be good. Good cross promotion for the after show. Cross promotion. You know Hillary Clinton's coming to the Straz in October. Tickets are $300.
For what?
She's coming to talk, do a show. Clearly trying to get out there before the election. Damn, I wonder what they had to pay her to get her.
Too much.
I mean, you're probably $500,000 at least. If tickets are $300 frickin' bucks.
300 times.
A listener-supported sponge. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Lummy, this is going to be the speed round. I got 3 articles to clear. And supposedly Colton's here.
Yes, he is.
Did he request to have a word with me? No. I didn't request to have a word with him.
I asked you if you wanted to have him in here, just because I know that you're getting out of here quickly, and I know you wanted to ask him.
Yeah,
you know.
I don't necessarily want to ask him anything, but we'll do the.
I just want to make sure you guys.
I got one episode of Cheaters. Let me know they always tease you the confrontation coming up next.
Oh yeah.
After they walked you right on through it.
Yep.
Well, I just figured why not do this on air instead of
why
off?
not?
Yeah. Why? What do I know?
A lot. You're the biggest mover and shaker of Tampa Bay, according to CL. Go to cltampa.com and look for 21 different categories, and we're on from Latin Sons.
Don't let them steal this election from us.
Don't let them steal this from us.
Too big to
Bubba
rig.
Army strong. I mean,
Stop the steal.
We have listeners.
Stop the steal.
We have 10 or 15,000 listeners in Australia alone. For real.
We do?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
If you take all of our numbers, yes, we have 15 or 20,000, 10,000 plus listeners from Australia. If you take our Facebook, you take all the different breakouts, we have 50,000 from Canada's our second country.
Oh
Nice.
yeah, look at that. Australia's our 4th biggest country in podcasting.
Maybe you'd listen to the old timer. I really am very stat driven.
We should do a let's do a content house in Aussie.
Bubba Content House Sydney.
Yeah, we can't even figure out how to get the internet there because everything's in reverse because it's yesterday.
I mean, it's like, I think, what's a ticket to Australia? Like $10,000?
Yeah, and it takes like 28 hours to get there, I think.
Exactly.
No thanks.
Some of us might die.
Yes.
Elon Musk calls Kamala Harris an extinctionist. He says that the Shamala, I guess he's calling her Shamala now, is an extinctionist. The natural extension of her philosophy would be a de facto Holocaust for all of humanity. I guess based on her climate. Climate stance. And this, Lummy, is the video that Elon is referring to from a few years ago.
Young leaders talk with me about a term they've coined called...
Why does it mean that it seems like she's on Xanax?
She's got a weird cadence.
Yeah.
I've heard young leaders talk with me about a term they've coined called climate anxiety. Right? Which is fear of the future and the unknown, of whether it makes sense for you to even think about having children, whether it makes... I've heard young leaders...
You've created that fear.
Yeah, do you
That's
think...
exactly right.
You got these snowflake and participation little pussies that are afraid that the ice caps are melting and that, Florida's going to be underwater in 126 years?
Yep.
Like nothing that's going to affect your life at all. I mean, right?
The climate is not going to affect your ability to have children. It's the safest time to have children in all of humanity. There's less disease. There's less famine. There's less hunger. Technology's there. Life expectancy's up. It's complete crap. There's my minute.
And finally, let me, before I end with Colton, I wanted to play. I've been trying to play this for the longest time, and I'm finally going to play it. This is a sicko.
Yeah, from a Christian school.
From a Christian school.
Music teacher.
16-year-old student, resulting in the student getting pregnant. Fox 13's Evan Moon brings us the details of how this relationship...
The music teacher, the African-American music teacher, got a 16-year-old student pregnant.
Came forward.
This has been going on for a while. Their relationship started back in 2022 when the student was just 16 years old. Now, 2 years later, she's pregnant, and as of yesterday, he is in jail. The school is commenting on this case today. 26-year-old Denzel Proctor, a former teacher at Grace Christian School.
He's 26, she's 16. I mean, Jay, that's probably some rape or child molestation charges,
sure
right?
Is.
Right?
Yep. School faces charges for having sex with a minor, a student at the school. Detectives were notified last week of a sexual battery involving the now 18-year-old victim. The teen is pregnant after their 2-year relationship. The school's Facebook page posted this picture in 2020, introducing him as...
Now, they say he's been blasting her since she was 16, but she's pregnant at 18. Could they argue that they weren't having sex? I mean, unless they have proof of them having sex when he was 6. Him getting her pregnant at 18 is far less of a big deal than him doing it when she was 17.
I think she just kind of turned 18.
Okay.
Their new music teacher.
So then it had to be conceived when she was 17.
Yeah, I think that's what
is
it
an
was.
alumnus of the school. Proctor resigned in December and after the allegations were reported to the Department of Children and Families by the school. Grace Christian sending Fox 13 a statement saying, quote, "We are deeply saddened to hear of this conduct by a former staff member. Grace Christian School has a strict policy to report all cases of suspected abuse immediately. Mr. Proctor resigned abruptly in late December of 2023. The suspicion of abuse was reported by the school administrator on December 26th. The student denied the alleged abuse then and for the remainder of the school year. The Crisis Center of Tampa Bay tells me younger victims will often deny the abuse.
Even though the
teen is being exploited.
Where's the parents?
When the accusation came, don't you put your sniffers up? Or isn't your red flag up? Wait a minute.
Still having feelings, so they're protecting that person. There may also be some fear in terms of, am I going to get in trouble? Is the person that I care about going to hate me now because of this?
The teen victim told police they had sex on and off campus. The Crisis Center says
This guy's going to jail for a very long time.
He should.
That's all I need to know. It started buffering on me as well. Let's bring in Colton.
All right.
Right now and talk about this situation.
Mike 4.
And I don't want Colton to tell me what I want to hear. I want him to tell me the truth and nothing but the truth and nothing but the whole truth. So help him, Bubba. Colton, you over there?
Good morning, sir.
So listen, don't come in here like a whipped puppy. You didn't have any whipped puppy game when you were asking for that money.
He brought you a gift too. It looks like.
No, I'm not. First of all, I'm not accepting.
I'm
not accepting a gift.
Okay, well that's
buttering me up.
No, that's not for this situation. This gift says, Bubba, thank you for allowing me to park at the BRN while in Indiana. This was bought before.
Learn how to talk into a microphone.
Which way? I'm here. Where do you need me at?
I mean,
I'm right up.
That's much better.
Okay, so this gift says, thank you for allowing me to park at the BRN. This was done before this last 2 days dust up. This is for allowing me to park here.
What is it?
It's just a 4-pack of Monster.
Oh, okay, I'll take that. Okay, that's appropriate. Now let's talk about, Colton. I'm a man of my word. I'm old school. I'm much like your dad, Doug. And if your dad, Doug, said, Colton, I got you. I owe you this much money. I got you. Are you going to be wearing Doug out after one day?
No, but I do think there's some slight miscommunication or confusion or.
All right, then lay it out. Tell me what I'm confused about, please.
And so I want to start off by just apologizing because you're right. I probably was a little pushy, so I'm sorry to both you and Seth. I think I texted you both that yesterday, and now I'm here telling you both in person as well. So my apology first.
No problem. And deep down, if I didn't love you, I wouldn't even have you in here busting your balls.
And thank you.
I don't even need to have him apologize to me.
There's no apology needed.
I felt bad about everything.
I just need to know what I have known you to be a very, very rich guy because you live with your parents and you literally save about $40,000 or $50,000 a year that you actually do save. You might have $200,000-$300,000 saved. I mean, you are not poor by any means.
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, correct. I'm not poor by any means.
No, right. I mean, you're not living paycheck to paycheck.
Correct.
Okay. And you know what? You could actually buy a house almost with what you have saved.
Not quite, but I get what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're into six-figure savings. I know you are.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So I'm just saying, what does $200 did you really need it?
No.
Why the rush?
Okay, because it was more of not me needing the money, and as you mentioned yourself, that's not my character to come after you for money.
Never have you. In fact, the reason why I'm so taken back is that you never have.
Correct. So
often you will absorb an expense at listen, man, I'm not even going to ask Bubba to pay me back that $4. Big deal.
Correct, and it's really I do care about the betterment of the brand always. So just here, Seth was acting as the union rep. Like I heard, while I was gone earlier this week, Seth was acting as the union rep, and that's on me for trying to make a radio bit out of something that I should have handled privately.
Yeah, trying to make a radio bit out of man law.
Correct.
Because a guy owing somebody money is kind of man law. You can't make that. That can't be a bit.
Correct. And that's where the whole 5%. Seth, I'll get you 5%. Back with it for my union rep.
Oh,
fee.
Seth's so scared of this thing right now. He's backed way off. Seth doesn't even know who he's talking to. Right? He doesn't even know you.
Listen,
Seth doesn't even know a Colton list.
I know what Colton was trying to do. I understand everybody's. I understand everybody's role in this. I don't think anybody meant any harm. I just wanted to make sure that when Colton was asking me to do something, and for whether it was a bit or whether it was to try to actually get it, I wanted to make sure I went through with that. And it was it hit you the wrong way yesterday.
Yeah, I guess it ended up being a bit because here we are today. Everybody thinks I'm a grumpy old asshole, and everybody thinks that Colton is the best, and everybody thinks that Seth is whatever, a backstabber.
And
so we're kind of back to square one.
Yeah.
So we might. I'm sorry, Colton. You got your money. You pissed me off for asking for it, but I got it to you. I owed it to you. You deserved it, and I ain't mad at you.
Thank you.
I'm not mad at you one bit. I do not hold grudges. Well, I do on some people, but I can't tell you. There's nobody in this building that I would hold a grudge on. So you're good, but next time. Colton, you have my number. You can communicate with me.
But we did good on the air, Bubba. When I asked for the money on the air, that everything was all good. You went from 100 to 200 just like that.
And thank you.
The first half of the bit went great. But then when it was time to really just get that second part, went sideways.
Well, just because I thought it was a little bit of an aggressive, listen, I just did it. I just asked for it. We just negotiated it.
I know.
Now where's it at? By the way, John Kostika Lummy said a great week's worth of show on PayPal. That was $50, and then another 100 from formerly Party Kim.
What in the heck,
Kim.
man?
Kim must be, I don't know what she's doing
What's
for a living.
going on?
She must be human trafficking or something.
We got to get into that business.
She's making all kinds of money.
It really is.
Anyway, Colton, listen, I love you, buddy. I'm glad that I got you paid. I don't owe you nothing.
Colton, are you okay? You look sad.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I feel so much better. So
All right.
thank you. And for those that haven't seen the video on Facebook, go check it out. We're reaching almost 500,000 views.
Did you see, man? That guy people now have identified him and where he lives and everything.
Yeah, his neighbors commenting on the post and everything.
What are you guys going to do to this poor guy?
Isn't it like, no, hold on. We're telling people don't do anything to this guy.
Do something to his wife.
Maybe try to tape him outside. He'll get mad as hell. Is it? Are we over how many views now?
I think it's approaching 500,000
on Facebook.
Correct.
Yeah, it went viral on Facebook, man. You can never tell which. Anyway, hey, listen, Colton, no problem. But from now on, all money matters. Let's keep Seth, the union rep, out of it, and you and I settle all debts.
Understood. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Because Seth, you and I got money issues that you don't want other people knowing about.
Well, no, it's not money. It's not any money issues at all that we have. I understand. I should probably not be a union rep for these important things.
For money. No union rep for money.
But I don't think it's my fault. I don't think this is my fault at all, per se.
It's not your fault.
Se?
You just got mixed into it.
Got mixed in.
You got dragged into it.
And I was an unnecessary ingredient.
Exactly. You were that pinch of salt that we simply didn't need.
Give me that 5%, Colton.
I got you, Sethy.
The after show is next. That's Colton, Rhett, Lummy. Is that it?
That's it.
Perfect. Jay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
Co-host and show historian, Lummit.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.